I'm shocked. As well as Erica got what she wanted, and all the hard work and credibility to get truth and justice for Charlie got shot. Pun intended. Sad day, very sad day, disappointed. Wish Candace didn't take Erica's bait by doing this interview privately. Erica just wanted to see what cards Candace was holding over her.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome.
The whole narrative becomes all.
Sorry, I was just watching some Philly D. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for obviously attending. Let me just send out this stream to a couple people. Bear with me. Hopefully we get more of a show rate today, but you never know. Oh, where is my... That's weird. Okay, let's close this. Let's go here. Go live. And we'll go streams. Okay, we're on. Just push this out to open it up. We'll send this to a couple people. See if they attend. I'm grateful if they do. Okay, what are we looking at together here? Philip DeFranco, if you guys don't know, he is a popular YouTuber for the news. And I do trust his judgment. Like, I've been following him for quite a while. I do feel like he's pretty impartial about things. At least I trust the news that he brings more so than other sources. So that's part of the reason why I follow him. Sorry, just give me a second. And... Great. Okay. So we're watching this today, right now. We might watch something else later, but let's... So just for some context, Erica Kirk, who is the late Charlie Kirk's widow, is having a spat, basically, with Candace Owens. Oh, welcome to the stream. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Yeah. So if you guys don't know, Candace Owens is another political commentator. She's having a spat with Erica Kirk right now. They met yesterday at some hotel or something like that. Candace Owens is convinced that I'm really kind of dumbing down this whole saga to the Coles Notes version. But Candace Owens is basically convinced that there's some kind of conspiracy theory around Charlie Kirk's death. If you guys don't know who Charlie Kirk is, he was the founder of Turning Point USA. He is a devout Christian and conservative voice, political voice, really for like conservative Republican side of the party. And he was tragically killed, I believe in October or September, if I'm not mistaken, of this year. Yeah. They caught allegedly they caught the shooter, and he is set to go on trial this February. But it's been this ongoing back and forth saga between Erica and Candace. Erica is obviously publicly anyways, trying to continue on with TPUSA as the head of TPUSA. If you guys don't know what TPUSA is, it stands for Turning Point USA, and it's basically a young conservative movement, right? So maybe people that are 30 and under, 25 and under, to educate them about the Republican Party. And it was pretty instrumental in getting Trump voted back in. Not everything, of course. His voter base came from all over, but young males was a big driver, right? And the majority of young males actually identified and voted as conservative. So we're watching some of this drama unfold. Obviously, this is a day after I think they met, and Candace Owens went on a podcast to basically suggest that during the meeting, they actually had their lawyer, come in to give her this spiel of whatever, PR, da da da. They actually don't have, besides the affidavit, like they don't have any real evidence apparently that convicts Tyler. I can't remember his last name, the shooter of the actual crime. And so she walked away from that meeting really unconvinced that Tyler was the culprit. Okay, which opened up a huge can of worms. But allegedly, a lot of her fan base kind of turned on her after she went on her podcast to talk about some of that stuff. So we're just watching some Philip DeFranco review some of like the fallout here. I'm just eating dinner while we watch this together. If y'all don't mind.
Again, like the top comments were almost all like that. Just a ton of disappointment, anger, confusion, and suspicion.
But all around, definitely a productive conversation.
Then, as far as Erica, she's now turning her attention to America First, which is a TPUSA event that's featuring Trump officials and right-wing influencers. Which, if anything's real, or at least the people saying things believe those things, is going to be interesting because, I mean, one of the scheduled speakers is Tucker Carlson, who just said to Theo Von,
I don't understand the official story at all.
Of his assassination?
I don't understand it. Candace said that Egyptian registered aircraft.
So Tucker Carlson is obviously another commentator, like ex-commentator, news anchor for Fox News. I'm sure a lot of people do know him. He's pretty famous. He was Charlie Kirk's ally, shall we say, and friend. And he's been spouting some of the similar rhetoric around Charlie's death, mainly to do with any kind of like Israeli-Palestine conflicts and like which way Charlie was leaning in support or against, obviously, the war in Gaza. And yeah, let's hear what he has to say on the Theo Von Show, which is another big show.
We're following Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow, around for a number of years in different places in the world. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard, and I just want to say that is factually true. And it also, her claim that, there were kind of a disproportionately large number of foreign registered cell phones at the event, that's also true. So what does that add up to? I don't know.
So, it's going to be interesting to see how that event plays out. Also, it's going to be interesting to see how Candace reacts to her audience who's going to shit on her. And then 3, I'll say, with as much infighting as we've seen on the right, it'll be interesting to see if anyone who's, really big into conspiracy theories tries to take some of Candace Owens' audience. Because there is this ever-growing narrative in some circles that Candace, quote-unquote, sold out to somebody. While it's not a true one-to-one and it's different, it's kind of like, it's similar to what you saw with Dan Bongino and others who really talked about the Epstein files and the conspiracy around that, all of a sudden changing what they were saying, right? In their audiences or supporters' reaction following that switch up. But hey, for now, let me know your thoughts, opinions, reactions, maybe even predictions as we wait to see how this plays out. Then, next up in the news, something quick but very, very big. 4 House Republicans have now broken ranks and joined Democrats to force a vote on extending the Affordable Care Act subsidies established during the pandemic. Right? Because Republicans refused to do anything about them during the shutdown, they're set to expire at the end of the year, and it's going to leave, at the very least, millions of Americans paying more for health insurance. Right, and House Speaker Mike Johnson, he's refused to even have a vote on extending them, with him also shooting down Republican proposed alternatives. And so while House GOP leaders were planning to vote on Johnson's health care bill, Democrats, they circulated a discharge petition. And as many people have now learned, thanks to the Epstein file situation, that can force a vote over the House leadership's objections if the majority of representatives sign on. And today, with Pennsylvania Representatives Brian Fitzpatrick, Robert Bresnahan, and Ryan McKenzie, as well as Mike Lawler of New York, signing on, the petition tipped over the edge. With Lawler saying to me the clean 3-year extension is not ideal, but doing nothing is not an answer, and Fitzpatrick adding, things are very expensive right now. Healthcare is very expensive. Anything we can do to lower the cost, we ought to do. And so with all that, we could be seeing a vote on this as early as next month. But before you celebrate too much, the Senate, which agreed to vote on an extension as part of the deal to end the shutdown, they've already rejected it. Right? And they've also actually shot down a Republican plan to direct subsidies to individual accounts that could be used to pay for out-of-pocket healthcare costs. And so obviously we're going to watch to see what happens from here, because it's literally going to change the lives of millions and millions of Americans. If we're talking about strategy, if we're talking about politics, politically, the damage may have already been done. Right? This move, it cracks open the next phase of the healthcare battle, one that Republican leaders have been desperately trying to avoid. All while another government funding deadline hits at the end of January. You got the midterm elections looming. You know what happens with healthcare? There's going to be a big spotlight on it, along with affordability. It is a central political fight, and at this time, it looks like House leadership no longer fully controls the floor. And then we're going to keep breaking down the news today, but first, let me take a minute to say, you ever get blindsided by a data breach from a company that you never heard of? Right, because, well, at least 35,000 people have after Verisher's third-party billing partner leaked names, emails, addresses, and even social security numbers. I mean, your info, it can sit on some random vendor's server that you'd never touched, and you're the one dealing with the fallout. And that's exactly why today's sponsor, Incogni, exists. Incogni, they go after data brokers and demand that they delete your information. This manually, not there. Of Americans approve of how Trump's managing the economy. And then here's the part that Trump really should be worried about. Americans haven't been this negative on the economy since 2022, when of course Joe Biden was president. And back then, Republicans had a 16-point advantage on which party voters trusted more with the economy. But now, that advantage has evaporated. Democrats lead by 4 points. And this shift, it's not some abstract thing. It's very personal. Right? 70% of Americans now say the cost of living in the area where they live is not affordable, up from 45% just 6 months ago. 35% say that their personal finances have gotten worse over the past year, and the number of people who think things are going to improve next year, it's collapsed, falling from 48% to 33%. And while Trump's out there saying that affordability is actually a Democrat hoax, you have people not feeling just squeezed, but feeling stuck. While optimism, it does still exist out there, it is increasingly segmented. Right? Republicans, white evangelical Christians, rural voters, and whites without college degrees, especially white men, they're more likely to believe things are going to improve by 2026. But Democrats, independents, Latinos, and college-educated white women, they're just not buying it. And again, this pessimism, it's not coming out of nowhere. Just this week, the federal government released 2 major economic reports, which were delayed by the shutdown, and while they don't prove a recession, they raise some serious red flags. Retail sales, which account for roughly 2/3 of the U.S. economy, were basically flat from September to October, and of course, that's a time where spending usually ramps up ahead of the holidays. And then, there's the jobs. Last week, the Federal Reserve cut interest rates, citing concerns about the labor market. Hell, Fed Chair Jerome Powell even warned that federal data may be overestimating job creation by as much as 60,000 jobs per month. And so keep that in mind when I tell you that the U.S. reportedly lost 105,000 jobs in October and only added 64,000 jobs in November. Meanwhile, unemployment, it's reached the highest level in 4 years, and while it is still historically low, it's been enough that economists are starting to worry. Right? I mean, you're the head of economic research at Indeed telling ABC News that while the data needs to be taken with caution, it paints a sobering picture of a job market that may be turning frigid after a prolonged cooling period. Right? And so then, as far as how the White House has been responding, they've been responding with optimism, loud optimism, posting the best is yet to come, sharing claims like deportations deliver jobs, facts, pointing to data showing 2 million jobs this year went to U.S.-born workers. But economists, you have them saying that the numbers don't prove that Americans are filling jobs left by immigrants, and it doesn't explain why people still feel underwater. And honestly, I mean, the White House's biggest problem here, it might be Trump himself. Right? Trump, he's repeatedly called the affordability crisis a hoax, a con job, and a Democratic scam. Yet last night in Pennsylvania, you had Vice President J.D. Vance standing in front of a sign reading lower prices, bigger paychecks, and saying,
I promise you, there is no person more impatient to solve the affordability crisis than Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States.
Right, and so anyone with a functioning brain's asking, okay, well, which is it? Is it a hoax, or is it a real thing that's happening and Donald Trump cares and is fixing it? And well, Vance, you have him trying to kind of split the difference, saying that progress, it takes time, that Rome wasn't built in a day, while then also agreeing with Trump's assessment that the economy deserves an A+++++. And it appears that to make this contradiction work, the administration is trying to lean into 2 strategies. First, blame Biden, that sleepy Joe son of a bitch. Trump mentioning Biden 30 times in a single affordability speech last week. And you had Vance echoing that line again yesterday.
Joe Biden gave us the worst economy in the world that we forget it. No, we know. We know exactly what we were left with. We know exactly the consequences that it's caused for so many of our great families all across Pennsylvania.
And then second, they're asking voters to wait, right? Vance promised that middle-class Americans will be rewarded in 2026 once Trump's tax cuts and deregulation it fully kicks in.
You are going to have, and if this doesn't turn out to be true, I'll come back here and you can all tell me I'm wrong. But I'm telling you, it's going to be true. You are going to have middle-class Americans, middle-class Pennsylvanians, some of the best tax season in 2026 that you've ever had.
He even invited voters to hold him accountable if it doesn't happen. But critics, they warn that those benefits, they're likely to flow upward, not outward. And that concern, it's not coming out of nowhere. It's backed by new data showing that while everyday Americans are very anxious, executives and investors, they're more confident in the economy than they've been in 4 years. I mean, that's a big thing that I've tried to explain to any of my rich friends, that there are people living in different realities in the United States right now. Right? The wealthiest, they're doing great, they're spending great. Those regular folks, they're tightening their belt, right? You've got Americans, and more importantly for next year, you have voters uneasy, though the markets are calming. The White House saying that everything's great, but also it's not their fault if things are not great. And so with these off-cycle elections already swinging to the left and the midterms less than a year away, the big question is whether voters decide, hey, we're going to keep waiting or we're going to send a message. But that right there, it brings us all to the end of today's show. Granted, you've got more just a click away, or you've got today's brand new Crashing Out episode with myself and Alex Perlman. Well, it's called Crashing Out. It is very actually cathartic. And or you could watch last night's Philip DeFranco show. Definitely watch that if you haven't seen it already. But whatever you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Today's guest has mastered the...
Let's continue watching James Sexton.
I love you more than the other 8 billion other options on the planet.
That's what you're going for, just like a happier life in general. But you're saying that one divorce leads to more divorces, and like you get worse at it.
Well, I don't know that we necessarily get better at something just because we do it over and over again, right? Like, you know, practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. So if you practice something and you practice it the wrong way, like I've trained and taught Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for many years. And if you teach a student the wrong way to do a technique and they just do a lot of reps of doing something the wrong way, they're learning, but they're just not learning correctly. Like, I mean, they're learning correctly, but they're not learning the correct technique because you're essentially, you know, there's a saying, I think Wittgenstein said that...
Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. Just watching, picking up where we left off yesterday with James Sexton. He was just talking about, he's the #1 divorce lawyer. Well, allegedly a #1 divorce lawyer in New York. He's represented like billionaire hedge fund managers. He's represented like celebrities, like athletes, you know, rock stars and stuff like that. So we're taking a look at what he has to say about divorce, primarily.
You apply technology to an efficient system, you magnify the efficiency. When you apply technology to an inefficient system, you magnify the inefficiency. So I think when we apply our relationship skills to a relationship and it fails, and then we just go and do the same thing over again, yeah, it's just going to keep failing. You know, and it might even fail more rapidly at that point. Whereas if you look at relationships like chapters in a long book and you say, okay, what did I learn from this experience? What did I learn about myself? What did I learn about how I relate to someone else? What did I learn about the things I should have seen that this person was showing me and I didn't want to see in an honest way? And if you take that to your next relationship, then I think divorce can be a really transformative process for people. It can be a chance for people to evolve in the way that they understand themselves, their own needs, how to express those needs to another person. So, you know, a lot of my career outside of the courtroom, my career doing media type of work like this, was really for the purpose of saying we can learn a lot about how to do something by watching how people do it wrong. You know, my mother used to say that intelligence is hard to define, but you can spot stupid a mile away. And maybe intelligence is just a lack of stupid. So maybe you just have to like identify, like, what's a good relationship? It's hard to define a good relationship without using very generic terms that, oh, well, it's one where they're connected. Okay, what does that mean? Like, well, it's one where they're really enamored with each other. Okay, like, what does that mean? Whereas you can tell right away a bad relationship. Like when you're around a couple that doesn't like each other, like you can sniff it out immediately. You can feel it. So maybe a good relationship is just a relationship that doesn't have all this bad stuff.
That's really fascinating.
Well, it's good you're learning this stuff early in life. I mean, you know, I've been practicing law longer than you've been alive, so you're really at a phase where you can learn this stuff now and really leverage it the right way. I mean, I'm very happy to see that some of my message has caught on with like a 20-something generation, because I think you all have, you know, I was raised in an environment, 1970s, early 1980s, where you weren't really supposed to question how things were done. Like, how do we do this? Well, because grandma did it that way, and grandpa did it that way. And we weren't saying the quiet part out loud, which is, well, grandma lived in a completely different world than the one I live in. Like, and their circumstances were completely different. So why is the technology that was right for them right for me? Because to some degree, tradition is the wisdom of people who were here before us. And in some ways, tradition is peer pressure exerted by dead people. So I like when I get to talk to people in their 20s and early 30s, because there is a, you know, you guys are like the generation that does not know life without the internet. So you all ask a lot of questions, and you go like, well, yeah, but why do you do it that way? And when you say, well, because that's how we've always done it, they go, right, but why? Like, what would this look like if it was easy? Like, what would it look like if we did it different? And so I kind of love that for your generation. I love to see what that's going to do when applied to something like marriage or pair bonds or love, just romantic love. Like, maybe you guys will find a different way to do it, you know, a different way to approach it. I mean, again, if we're not afraid to ask those questions and we don't just go, well, this is what grandma did, so I'll do it this way, I think you could find some great possibilities out there.
Yeah, this makes me think, I hope one day this podcast is kind of like the most influential podcast among like men and Gen Z. I think it's kind of already establishing that, and I hope I know that we already have an audience of really successful young men that want to make sure they do things right, kind of what you're saying. So I think if I were
Sorry guys, I'm changing over my mic angle so that I don't have a cord
what would
right
be the
in my
most
face like this.
ruthless legal way
Let's
to
see if we
destroy
can
your
do
spouse?
this correctly.
It's a good way of approaching it, and it's a unique way of
So
approaching it.
it
That's
looks a
exactly
little bit
what I think.
better, more
Your
ergonomic.
approach and your generation's approach is you ask the question in a slightly different way, and you end up getting a different answer, which I really like. So how you ask the question often dictates the answer. So I think the question that you're asking is, how can I ensure a miserable divorce? How can I make this case as awful as possible for the other side? And it's interesting because often in consultations with clients, I will actually tell them that's how I analyze a case. When a client comes in and tells me their story, the first thing I'm thinking about is if their spouse was sitting in the chair and said, I want this to be the ugliest, most protracted, expensive, awful divorce, what could I do to
So
make
the only
it?
problem with
Because
this is it
if I can
might
ask that question
actually
and I
get
can
in the
analyze it
way
through that lens and come
of
up
the
with an answer,
actual
I'm gonna show
webcam
up on
that I'm
defenses
using.
very quickly. And I'm
Let's
going to
take a
know
look.
what to
Okay.
be on the lookout for.
This doesn't look
Because
too
it's
bad. I
obviously
mean,
better
it's
to
kind of
be-
in my
It's
face,
better to be a warrior
but
in
I
the
can
garden
adjust
than
it
a guard.
accordingly.
Like, it's
And
better
as
to
long
have
as
it.
you guys can still hear me clearly,
So
I apologize.
people have a
There we go.
proclivity,
I can still reach my
unfortunately,
keyboard and everything. I'm just
when
gonna put this
love
dinner away.
falls apart, when people feel betrayed, when they feel scorned,
Be right back.
to get angry. I think that's natural. I think we go through all of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's stages of death and dying when you go through a breakup. You know, denial, bargaining, sadness, anger, and then ultimately acceptance. But some people go right to the anger, and they weaponize the intimacy that they had with another person. And that's a really frightening thing. It's one of the things that I think makes love frightening, particularly for young men. You know, young men who want to be all of those really positive masculine traits of being strong and being protective and being, you know, someone who is a strong foundation on which to build. And I think that...
Okay, cool. I think this is a more manageable setup. You guys can still see me.
You have to let this person know you. And you
kind of see the arm.
Soft spots. And you have to let them know what you're afraid of. And when it's done right...
You kind of see the arm of my mic here. It's not obstructing kind of like how I can play games or anything like that or navigate. So
you need other people.
I think this probably would work out better. We'll go with this for now.
You know, like this is, you know, I know what you're trying to do, but
still probably a lot of things that I need to work out, but at least there's that.
Maybe you're missing this. Because, you know, we don't know who discovered water, but it wasn't a fish. Like, if you're in it, you don't see it clearly. So I think we need other people. And a pair bond, a marriage, you know, a relationship between romantic partners, I think is an incredibly unique and powerful form of intimacy, connection. You know, intimacy has nothing to do with sex. Intimacy is the ability to be completely yourself with another person. So I think what happens in relationships is when they go wrong.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. So you just heard what he said. You know, intimacy is, you know, very little or nothing to do with like physical intimacy. It's more so about being completely vulnerable with another person, right? And they, in turn, being completely vulnerable with you. And I think that's really important. Like, a lot of people don't... I don't think a lot of people actually understand where intimacy comes from. So I think this is something that I should highlight as well. Yeah, let's continue on.
This person now has a whole dossier on all the things you're afraid of. They know all the things that, like anyone who's in a relationship, if you look over at your partner, like, there's a sentence you could say. You know you could say that sentence and it would reduce them to tears. Like, you know the thing they're most afraid of. You know the thing that they're most ashamed of. And you know. And like, when you're really mad at them, there's some part of you that goes, you know, I could just say that thing. Like, if I just said that, like, it would just break him, or it would break her. And when people go through divorce, they're more prone to saying that. Like, they're more prone to saying that thing. But the thing is once you say it, you can't
Welcome to
unsay
the stream.
it. You know, once you do it, you can't undo it.
If you're new here,
And
my name is
divorce
TRG.
one of those processes.
I am the host of this stream, so thank you so much for attending. Right now, what we're watching is the #1 divorce attorney in New York talking about his views on divorce, on love, on relationships, stuff like that. It's very interesting because, at least for me, because he's seen like people at their worst, right? Like in terms of, you know, their worst days, they're fighting over like who gets the couch, like who gets the dog, who gets the kids, and he's representing these particular people, right? So he's seen them on the extreme spectrum of this, and so it's quite fascinating. And he's been divorced twice, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So it is interesting to see his take on things. Let's continue.
Where villainy can be rewarded. Like, you know, the bank robber has a tactical advantage over the cops because they can shoot innocent bystanders. Cops can't. You know, the Joker always has an advantage over Batman because he doesn't care if he blows up the whole building just to kill one person. You know, whereas if you're trying to protect, like in a divorce, if you're trying to protect the children, you're giving up a certain tactical advantage. Because if you don't care about the kids, you can weaponize the kids. So in divorce, what I often see is good people at their absolute worst, willing to weaponize almost anything. And in a conference room, when I'm alone with them, look, in a courtroom at a negotiating table, I'm a weapon. You point me at a person, you tell me what it is we're going to do, and we do it. And we're strategic and we're tactical. But behind closed doors, I tend to try to convince people to focus on the angels of their better nature, and to think about the long term. Because I think ultimately, anger and violence is like reaching into a pile of hot coals to throw them at someone. You may or may not hit them, but you're going to burn yourself for sure.
So
And
this,
I think that anger can be incredibly toxic. So I think the most brutal.
so this is the one thing that I think is important for me to highlight here, which is really terrible when it comes to divorce. Like, the kids generally didn't ask for this, right? The majority of the time, like, it's really very little to do with the children. Maybe the divorce can be, collateral damage from, I don't know, the stress of taking care of kids or whatever it might be. But they themselves weren't, like, no kid raises their hand in the middle of the night and says, I wish mommy and daddy got divorced, right? But nevertheless, they're caught up in this, like, their whole world is flipped upside down. And I don't think that couples respect that enough when they're making that final decision to be able to divorce. They just think life goes on and I'm unhappy and, that's how it's going to be. And in some respects, that's actually, in my opinion, it's actually a very selfish act. Sometimes obviously divorce, I get, is necessary if you're with an abusive partner or something like that. You need to leave for your own safety and your child's safety. But that doesn't account for the majority of divorces that are out there, by the way, guys. Like, it's not all domestic abuse cases and whatever. At which point those cases would probably be going to jail instead of actual divorce court, right? But yeah, these kids are just collateral damage, caught in the crossfires. They didn't ask for this. They didn't ask for these two parents. You don't pick your parents. But yet their whole worldview is turned upside down by these decisions of these two people. So, I caution anyone that's listening, if you guys are going to have kids, or if you're having problems with your, marital spouse, and you do have children, divorce should be the last resort. You really, really need to exercise all of your options. Couples therapy, spending more time together, working an extra job so that you can hire a babysitter, so that you can have a date night, whatever that might be and whatever that looks like. It's really crucial. Actually, I'll see if I can win this. It's really, really crucial that you try to give it your best shot, right? Because it's it's something that's irreversible, once that happens. So yeah, I hope people take it a lot more seriously than some people that I've seen. Yeah, and that's, I'm totally dead, I think. And that's all. Oh, maybe. No, there's no way. I don't think I can win. I have to shut down this damage dealer. Nope. I think this is over. Maybe. Although, I actually don't know. Yeah, that's totally over. They're so much faster than me. Speed delete is key. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Yeah, so I think it's really, really important for people to internalize that, like, you really have to be careful when you are, when you're thinking about, serving someone divorce papers. I remember reading a story. It was, like, horrible. And I don't know how true it is. I'm pretty sure it's, like, well, it was the actual person that fucked up her life completely. She was dared by her friends, basically, to tell her husband that she wanted a divorce. And she did it as a joke, right? Like, they were like, oh, just test your husband, like, see how much he wants you back or whatever. She didn't even want to do it. And they were husband and wife. They were married for like 4 or 5 years. They were like probably in their late 20s. She said they lived a comfortable life. They got along. There wasn't really any marital problems. And then one day, very, very seriously, they were watching TV on the couch, and she turned to him and she said, I want a divorce. And she said, I kid you not, he basically stared off into space for about 15, 30 minutes. like just totally blankly. Like she could tell like something really like fundamentally broke within him. And after that, he turned to her and she was like begging him to like say something, right? Like she was like obviously scared because she's never seen him like this. And she turned to him after and he said, okay. Like he came to terms with it within that 30 minutes, right? Like he knew what he needed to do. And I think he slept on the couch that day. By the next day, when she got home from work or whatever, he basically had all his ducks in a row. So he like found a place to like, it was almost like he had like a bat phone and a plan B on like, if this were to happen, like what would I do? And he had everything planned, right? Like he had like, okay, this is where I'm going to go. You know, I'm going to find a place here. I'm going to like, you know, take off my joint bank account, do this, do that. And she was so shocked that he was so prepared. Obviously, she didn't want to get divorced. Like, she kept pleading with him, oh, this is a stupid joke. Like, you know, my friends made me do it. You know, it's stupid excuses like this. My friends made me do it. Like, you don't have any agency in your own actions on what you should and shouldn't do. Like, that's just fucking ridiculous. So, yeah, I remember seeing that, her admittance on how she basically fucked up her life as a result, which I feel bad about, you know, like it's, you never want to see someone go through something like that, but it's hard for me to have sympathy for someone that clearly didn't really think things totally through. Yeah. Let's try this. Continue.
Things people can do in divorce are weaponize children. You know, we have as adults tremendous power over children, and when you have children with someone, you can engage in alienation, which is overtly hurting parent-child bond, or what we call negative gatekeeping, which is doing nothing to facilitate the parent-child bond. Like you could have been helpful, but you choose not to be.
Yeah, where was I going with that? That's the other thing that I wanted to point out. It's one thing to like blitz your children with a divorce that they never asked for and turn their life upside down. That's already bad enough. But to double down on that and actually like gaslight your kids and manipulate your kids to try to get what you want out of divorce, that is pure fucking evil, in my opinion. Yeah. There's something seriously screwed up with people that engage in that kind of behavior.
And then, of course, you know, there's all kinds of financial games people can play in divorce. You know, you can move money, hide money. You know, cryptocurrency has opened up a whole new realm for people to hide money that's very difficult to trace, especially when judges are woefully inadequately knowledgeable about tech in general. So they don't understand when you're explaining to them that, oh, this person, you know, this is how they moved their money and this is how they've essentially made money vanish and disappear. So yeah, there's no shortage to things that people can do to whack each other over the head in the process of divorce. And part of my job is figuring that out so we can help do it. But more often my job is identifying it so we can shore up defenses and prevent the other side from doing it.
I really resonate with children, and I would guess that would be the most ruthless tool that people use.
People love their children more than anything. So your children and your pets are the two things that most people love more than themselves. And so if you go at them, that's going to really be someone's soft targets.
So by the way, I speak from experience, not personal experience, but I do know divorced couples that have gone through stuff like this and have actually weaponized their children against their spouse in order to get things that they want within a marriage. Or a divorce, I should say. Just totally fucked up.
I guess, put me in the room with you. Like, if I come to you and I'm a client and I'm a wealthy guy, I have no kids, I've been with this girl for, let's say, 3 years. I'd say that's a fairly common situation.
Sure.
Like, James, she's suing me she has a lot of my money to do this. How bad can it be?
Yeah, usually it's not going to be that bad because that's a short-term marriage. It's a short-term marriage with no kids. So a common mistake that people make when they're thinking about divorce is that when you marry someone, everything you own is now half theirs, which is simply not the case. So there's a concept called the marital presumption. And the marital presumption is that any property that's acquired during the marital period is presumed to be marital and would be divided 50-50 in the event of a divorce. But let's look realistically at the example that you just gave me. I've got a young man who is successful, let's say he's in finance. I mean,
So, by the way, I'm no lawyer, so I need to preface it by saying this first and foremost. Marital presumption, as far as I know, is not applicable. Maybe it's applicable in the state of New York where he practices. I don't know if it's something that's federal. I do know that in Canada, they have common law. So what common law is if you can imagine, you're a couple that moves in together, but you're not actually legally married, okay? It's actually on the tax documents you can file for common law, if I'm not mistaken. Now, the issue with this is previously, this was years ago, this was probably like 10, 15 years ago, when they first introduced common law, they introduced it. So the government introduced this for the sake of protection for people that were, boyfriend, girlfriend for years and years and years. Maybe the man was the breadwinner and the wife just, the girlfriend, I can't even use the word wife legally, just stayed at home or something like that and took care of the home or whatever. And then he dumped her after 20 years, or they broke up for whatever reason, left her with nothing, right? And she's like, well, I'm in my 50s or 60s. I haven't worked a day in my life. I don't even know, I have no work experience. I don't even know what the hell to do now. So I believe the court wanted to prevent those cases from happening. The issue with this is that they completely overcorrected. So back in the day before marital presumption, they had a rule where if you were common law, so if you lived together, I believe it was 3 months or 6 months. I can't remember. It was a very, very short amount of time, and then they rectified it and changed it to like 3 years or something like that. But it was a short period of time. And if you were common law with someone, you technically didn't even file for any paperwork to say it's common law. It just automatically happens if you are, filing your taxes and presumed in a relationship, living in the same household. In fact, I think that the other half of you, if you ever got in a dispute, they could challenge that if you claimed that you were single, and said, well, I filed all my taxes in the same address. We've slept in the same bed. We've known each other for X amount of years. We've been dating. I have pictures to prove it, whatever, right? So it's not really your say not entirely your say where you're just going to go and check off a box, sign a piece of paper and say we're common law now. So the reason why I say this is because I had a buddy that bought a place with his then girlfriend, ex-girlfriend now, excommunicated basically. And then so they moved in together. They lived at that place. Now he paid for, as far as I know, the down payment and everything. Maybe they paid the mortgage together or she shared some of the bills. But she knew exactly what she was doing, right? She later on cheated on him. And then a couple months later, she hired a lawyer to go after him for common law. And so he ended up having to basically sell the condo and give her half of whatever the appreciation was plus the deposit, which wasn't little money. Like we're talking about, I don't know, tens of thousands of dollars, right? So that marriage presumption clause, I don't know how it works in New York. He obviously knows way better than I do about that. But in that particular case, she was basically going to sue him. And so he had to, he decided anyways that he was going to settle. He knew that there was probably no way he was going to win any court case versus her. And that he just wanted to kind of put it to bed so he could walk away from it. And he lost a ton of money in that. So, yeah. I believe they've changed common law in Canada now that if you date someone, you become common law status after you lived in the same physical address and been in a relationship with each other after 3 years. At which point, any assets that you guys have accumulated, I believe, during the time that you guys were together would be split. So if I owned a house, for example, before I met my, girlfriend or whatever, after we got together, if we bought another property together, then that's what would happen. That's what we would be assumed to be. Hopefully that makes sense to everyone. Oh, I might lose this one, actually. I needed my Velajoul is tanky, but he's not my best tank. So this is part of the problem, and this guy's got way too much healing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm lost. We'll see, but... Basically, this guy is named Isabello, the character, Abello. And he has the ability to, when any of his allies basically have life-threatening damage, I believe, or his health bar falls below 50%, he automatically gets a boost of 100% attack bar, and so that he can trigger basically that heal, right? That's his kind of like defense mechanism, so... Maybe I might win. Let's see. If I can kill Riley here, I think I have a pretty good chance, but my Dominique is about to die right now. So that's the guy on the right, the Weapon Master. He does a lot of damage. And he actually... Yeah, he's probably dead. Yep. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, bringing down this Riley is... I should have taken a better team into this fight. Maybe I can still win. If I get a lucky stun here and finish off that Riley, then I can start concentrating on the Molly. That sucks. It's really too bad. Good thing is I have Destroy Runes, I believe, on both of these units, so you can see the red percentage of HP is like really getting lower and lower, but Okay, there we go. Now I can concentrate on this dude. But he's like obviously super tanky. He's built like that anyways, so I might actually die before I win. There's a draw button right here, which, oh, actually maybe I won't. Let's see. Okay, there goes my monkey. That's unfortunate, but I will kill the Molly here. Okay, so this is 1-on-1, and I think the Camilla has Destroy Ruins, but I should be able to kill her just because I have heal. Well, she does too, but I have elemental advantage because wind kills water. Oh, welcome to the stream. Thanks so much for tuning in. We're watching James Sexton talk about divorce. What he's currently talking about is couples, usually the most, how do I put it, usually the more savage couple in the divorce, or the most savage party in the divorce, wins the divorce because they weaponize things like the children or pets versus the other person, right? And that's his point was basically you don't care about anything more than, you know, your pets or your dog, really, right? Like you have unconditional love even beyond your love for yourself. So the person that's ruthless enough to be able to weaponize that against you usually wins in those divorce cases, at least from his experience. And if you're not familiar with who this is, it's the allegedly the #1 divorce attorney in New York. So a lot of famous people go to him, rich people like hedge fund managers, athletes, rock stars, to represent them during divorce proceedings. So he's very good at what he does. I died. I actually lost that battle. That sucks. I really thought I would win that. That's super unfortunate. Let's keep.
This is a case I handle all the time in New York City. So it's a lot of my clients are in finance. They're in their 30s. They're worth tens of millions of dollars in their 30s. They've done all the right things. They went to all the right schools. They worked for Goldman. They worked for all the right places. And now they're in a position where they're in their 30s and they're worth, $20 million, $30 million.
It's a lot of money.
And they usually don't marry a woman who's in finance also. They usually marry a yoga teacher or an Instagram model or a bottle service girl or a girl from the Ukraine who they met when they were traveling, or they met online. And by the way, that's, I'm casting no aspersions on either person in that equation. Like, I think that polarity is what draws us to people, right? So that guy who I'm describing, and he's been my client many times, that type of guy, he's usually really done all the right things, and he's like spent most of his life trying to build and accumulate, and he's really not had that much fun, maybe. And having someone who's fun and kind of carefree and like pulls him out of his shell and is like, no, come on, get out of the office. Let's go do some crazy stuff, Like, that's what he wants. That's what he's looking for. He's looking for someone to, like, soften him up and lighten him up. And what's she looking for? She's looking for stability. She's looking for security. She's looking for someone who she can rely on. She's looking for someone who's a little bit serious and can help her get a little more serious because she's living this very sort of, like, feather in the wind kind of an existence. So that's not a bad pair. Like, that's actually a pretty good pair for each other. There's a polarity there. There's a yin and yang going on there. But most of the things that he has, he accumulated prior to their meeting. So that's separate property. She's not going to get it if he's handled it the right way. Meaning, if he put his assets into joint title during the 3 years that they were married, now we might have a problem. But if he kept his premarital assets in separate accounts in his sole name, they're not on the table in a divorce. They're not marital property. There's no transmutation is the term that we use, which is when you add marital money to separate property money you had before your marriage, you can transmute it. You can accidentally turn separate property into marital property. This is why again, we should have some premarital education for people. Like,
So there's a couple things that I agree with here and I disagree with. So number one, premarital assets. This is why you see celebrities actually put, like Tom Brady, obviously very famous, very public divorce. He put all of his assets under his mom's name, right? And so when Giselle filed for divorce, he was like, okay, cool. They divorced. I'm sure she got something out of it. They had quite a few kids together, and he's got to pay child support and stuff like that. But in terms of assets, I don't even know if that's still cleared. Like the majority, I think, of all of his assets was put under his mom's name. So you can't really sue me for half of what I don't know. Oh, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I'm just talking about Tom Brady's divorce and what people have to do to hide their money, I guess, from their potential divorcee spouse. We're also watching a video on James Sexton talking about divorce. But yeah, Tom Brady allegedly, anyways, put the majority of his assets under his mom's name so that Giselle couldn't get to them. The premarital asset thing, like, yes, I have heard of that, and I think he's probably more referring to short-term marriages, but all of my friends that have actually gone through divorces, some of them for short-term and some of them for very long-term, those assets were accumulated during the time, like, not only before, but during the time that they were married together. So it wasn't necessarily, like, it's not measured only monetarily as far as I know, right? It's not measured only by how much both people and both parties put towards this asset. Like, oh, the wife earns $1, the husband earns $1, they put it in a joint bank account, they buy this particular property. It's not always that. It's also like the length of marriage, from what I have witnessed anyways. Like I know someone that is a pretty wealthy person, started off really from nothing in Vancouver, in this city. He owns actually a pretty big construction company now. And his wife was along the way when he was like scraping paint off the side of houses and shit like that and cleaning gutters. But now he has a pretty sizable commercial firm. Like he's worth, millions and millions of dollars. And they went through like a very, very messy divorce like a couple years ago, like a really, really messy divorce. And he basically paid more money to just pay for it to go away. Like he has, 2 homes in North Vancouver. And she lives in one of them. She does nothing. Now, did she do stuff in terms of raising the kids and being by his side during the entire time when they were on the fucking struggle bus? Yeah, for sure. So I'm not going to sit here on my high horse and say like she doesn't deserve anything out of that marriage or those assets. And obviously the things that he was telling me was his accounts of what has, happened and transpired during their time together, or their falling out, shall we say. So you have to take that with a grain of salt. But she made his life miserable for the last 2-3 years during divorce proceedings. It was always, okay, let's settle on this number. This is the number that you told me. And okay, I'm fine with it. Like, it's cool, right? Like, let's make it a couple arrangements here. We'll have like joint custody of the kids. I'll see the kids on the weekend, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, I need more. No, I want this, right? And it was more so, I think, from a position of like vengeance, rather than trying to put this to bed in peace and go their separate ways. So obviously there's going to be some biases there. But yeah, these things can get really, really nasty. Like I've seen some divorces get really quite bad. And I've seen some divorces become very amicable But I would say that the majority of the ones that I've seen have not been very amicable at all.
Marrying is the most legally significant thing you will ever do other than dying. Like, it has massive implications on your legal rights and obligations. If you buy an apartment, or rent an apartment, or lease a car, you know how much paperwork you have to sign that explains your rights, your obligations, what the loan amount is, how much interest you're actually paying. Like, there's all these disclosures that the law requires be disclosed to you. Lead paint disclosures, statutory disclosures as to how much interest you're paying on an auto loan. You get married, you don't get a pamphlet. Nothing. Nothing. You get no education. Most people learn about what they did legally when they got married in my office. That's the first time they learn about it. Which is like the worst time to learn how to fight's when you're in a fight. Like, you should figure this out beforehand, right? So it is in our interests as a society to educate people before they get married as to what is happening when they get married legally. Like, what has changed. And if I could give any gift to the young men of the world, because I know you have an audience that's got a lot of young men in it, it would not be don't get married. It would not be terrified of marriage and be skeptical of marriage. I would say go in with your eyes open. You know, go in and realize you're engaging in a risky activity. When you're driving, you're engaging in a risky activity. It doesn't mean you should take horse and buggy everywhere or walk everywhere. Take a car, but have a seatbelt, have an airbag, pay attention, hands at 10 and 2, don't be on your phone texting. Like, basic, intelligent things you can say to somebody. You wouldn't say, so if I said, well, you know, cars are really dangerous, there's a lot of car accidents, you wouldn't say, well, so you want me to walk everywhere? No, I didn't say that. But I just said, take it seriously. Like, take it seriously. And by the way, we do. In order to get a driver's license, you have to take a written test. Then you have to get a permit. Then you have to take driver's education. Then you have to practice for a period of time. Then you have to take a road test. Then you only have a probationary license, and you have to drive on that license under certain restrictions. Married? Nope. You can get married. Go out right now. You can go out, pick a girl on the street right now, go to City Hall, get married today. No education as to what it is you just did legally. No education as to what...
By the way, there is, so this goes into some conspiracy theory stuff, but I think he poses a really, really good point. People don't get educated about the ramifications of marriage, what you're committing to, why, even what assets the other person holds, and maybe more importantly, how much debt the other person holds. You just never, you never really know, right? And, I'll give you an example of this. I won't name names, but I know someone, basically, of of means that just got a divorce from someone that, this particular person didn't come from any means, but they linked up with someone and married someone that was basically of illegal means. Okay, and they got swept up in that gangster life and whatever, had 2 kids with this person. They were married for X amount of years. And then at some point, and I think the one thing that he wasn't good at is he wasn't a faithful guy. He was a provider, he was whatever. And with that business, just like any other business, there's ups and downs. Some months maybe they are starving, and some months they're eating at Gotham Steakhouse every single night. So eventually she divorced him for whatever reason. Okay. And she divorced him. And she found out, and he was like, okay, well, I'm going to pick up and leave. She found out, I believe, that that they were like a couple $100,000 in debt because he took out a car loan, I believe, for his Porsche under her name. Now, somewhere down the line, she would probably have to sign it for her to, obviously know what she was signing, right? Especially if she was the one who was signing the ownership of the car and the loan and stuff like that. But when you're in those situations, you can't really go to the cops and say, well, this is fraud. I mean, they would say, well, how is this fraud? Oh, my ex-husband was, caught up in some strange business. And they were like, okay, so that makes you an accomplice, right? Because you were basically helping him hide this money and, or at least not telling the authorities about his illegal activities all these years when you were married to him. So yeah, there's cases like this. But I guess my point is like, number one, people don't go through any kind of marriage education ever, which they really should. One of the things that I've heard when two people are Catholics and they do get married, the priest actually sits you both down and kind of grills you guys. Not so much about religion, but more so about, from what I've heard, if he finds out that you guys are going to be married in the church and blah, 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 whatever, you're both Catholics, he has a very serious meeting with you two about what you guys are promising to each other, who you are as people, what your obligations are to both parties. And like someone that I knew went through this exercise. She actually literally had to write, like her and her husband had to write down promises to each other, right? And it was like a couple hour long meeting or whatever. Like it wasn't, just 5 minutes. So I think they probably do a better job of really firming up the seriousness of marriage, when frankly a lot of things aren't very serious, are very laissez-faire and casual. Like James was mentioning, you can go out and get married right now if you really wanted to. You can find someone, you can go to the court, sign some paper documents, there you're married. But legally, what does that mean for you, right? So, caution about that.
Impact that's going to have on your long-term rights and obligations. So that's where we're doing a tremendous disservice to people, is we're not educating anyone as to what it is they're signing on for.
I don't want to hone on this point too much because you have talked about it at length, but is there any real logical benefit to it? Like not emotional, not connection, but just like purely logical, purely utilitarian. Like
there's tax benefits to it. There's
very marginal.
Yeah,
right?
marginal tax benefits to it depending on your income level.
So what he asked is like, is there any practical reason to getting married? And very, very marginal tax benefits versus being single. In fact, I do know, I used to know a couple that purposely didn't get married to file their taxes separately because they told me they actually do, financially, they do better if they don't, claim to be married, even though they were common law, right? Like, they were ready to marry each other, but, they kind of did the math, and that's what it worked out as. I'm not an accountant, so I can't speak to that, but that's what they told me that I guess their accountant advised them to do.
Religion, obviously, religion can't be discounted. I mean, the first thing everybody says in the comments anytime I talk about, marriage skepticism is, well, it's commanded, whatever religion, whether you're Muslim, whether you're Jewish, whether you're Christian, every Abrahamic religion, most religions have something that encourages you to marry. And so, most people say, well, that's why I'm doing it.
So if you get married in the church, you're legally married in the government as well? Like, how does that?
It's a tricky question and a good one. So for many years, no. Religious marriage and secular marriage were not necessarily, you could religiously marry someone and never secularly marry them, and you could secularly marry a person and never have any religious component to it. There have been some holdings in courts in recent years that if you have what we would call a symbolic marriage or a religious marriage, but you don't legally have a secular marriage, that the court can actually impute a real intent to marry in a legal fashion, and you don't need to have actually legally married. Because otherwise, that would be the great life hack.
Yeah.
Just go out and have a wedding. You don't have to actually get married. You've been to weddings. You've never at the end been like, let me just check the paperwork. Can I see your marriage license? You didn't say oh, can I see your marriage license? I'm not just going to take your word for the fact that you're married. You don't actually check people's paperwork. So for a period of time, I think people took comfort in the idea of like symbolic marriage. Like, oh, we'll get religiously married, or we'll get like spiritually married, or we'll call each other husband and wife, but we won't actually be husband and wife.
We also have common law marriage too, right?
Common law marriage does not really exist that much anymore. There was a concept called palimony or common law marriage. Very few states have common law marriage anymore. Common law marriage was a function of the fact that if you held out someone as your spouse, meaning that you called them your spouse, you referred to them as your spouse, but you were never legally married to them, that you could have some of the same rights and obligations of a married person. It was also something that, because of same-sex relationships before marriage equality, that was one of the reasons why that still stuck around as a concept, because we were having all these quasi-marital relationships. Like, you're not married, but you're kind of married. You're domestic partners. You have a civil union. You have, a long-term relationship with cohabitation. When marriage equality became the law of the land, the court system basically said, okay, all those other kind of marriage things, everybody can get married now if they want to. If you're over the age of 18, you can get married now. Marry a man, marry a woman, 2 women, 2 men, whatever, you can get married now. So all these quasi-marital things, no, not anymore. You want to get married, get married. You want to do something like a marriage, great. It's not a marriage. You don't get the rights and obligations that come with it, but you go ahead and do whatever other permutation you want. But marriage is marriage, and
I don't believe that's true in Vancouver, by the way. I'm pretty sure they still have common law marriage here. Like, all of Canada.
there's no such thing as this is marriage-like.
It's interesting to think about how, at the time, it felt like such, I want to say this carefully, like a big right for like gay or lesbian couples to be able to marry each other. But the way you frame it, in, I don't know, you might have had friends or people that you knew personally, and they were like, well, shit, we didn't want this. We had it to where we didn't have the liabilities with it, you know?
Well, I live in Chelsea, which is a neighborhood in Manhattan that for many years has had a very gay male presence. It's sort of known as a neighborhood where a lot of gay men live, and I've lived there for many years. And so I have a lot of gay male friends, and I remember when marriage equality became the law of the land, saying to some of them, like, oh, like, are you excited? Like, it's cool. Like, you guys got the right to marry. And a lot of them were like, no, I'm not excited. Like, it's terrible. Like I have to have that conversation now of like, where's this going? Like, we never had to have that conversation. They're like, part of the fun of being gay was that we were sort of outside the system. Like, we didn't have the right to marry. We weren't allowed to adopt or have children. Like, it was this sense of like, oh no, like, you're in the outlaw of society. And look, that's a terrible thing on many levels, but it also gave a lot of men in gay culture the ability to create new ways of doing things and different ways of relating to things. And now they're getting put in the same traditional boxes that everybody was unsuccessfully in, that heterosexual couples have been miserable about for years. Like, there was a period of time when there was a lot of debate about gay marriage. And I was a contrarian that I used to sort of say, like, hey, I never had a problem with gay people, but like, if you hate gay people, make them get married like the rest of us. Like, why should they have all the fun that they're having? Like, you should, like, if you hate gay and lesbian people, you should be cheering for them to have the right to marry. Because over 50% of the time it catastrophically fails, and then another 20-30% of the time people go, I kind of wish I hadn't done it. So why wouldn't you want them to have access to this awful technology if you didn't like them? If you actually like gay and lesbian people, you might have been like, ooh, let's not make them go through this, But look, I think marriage is important to people for a variety of reasons, many of which they've never really thought that much about. And that's really what I think the bulk of my work in media has been, is just asking the question, which does not strike me as revolutionary of a question as it is.
Quick one. Something Chase taught me on our last interview was that being well-researched gives you a significant advantage when entering a conversation with someone. So now when I have a guest on my podcast...
Crazy question to ask. Why is that a rude question to ask? Like if you came to me when you were starting this show and said, Jim, I'm starting a podcast. And I said, oh, really, why? It's not a rude question. Like, well, I think I have something to say. I think I have a unique voice. I think that I have a message I want to get out to the world. I'm curious, and I want to be able to ask questions of interesting people. These are great reasons to start a podcast. Like, Asking a question it's not saying you're doing the wrong thing. It's saying, hey, tell me about why this appeals to you. So marriage is the same thing. If you said to me, I'm getting married, okay, why? And by the way, your answers might be incredibly pragmatic because it's important to my parents. Because I'm religious and, in my religion, it's really important.
What's most common between men and women?
What they'll tell you or what it really is?
What it really is.
See, that's my theory, is what it really, because what they'll tell you isn't what it really is. I mean, what they'll tell you is, oh, we're in love, which again, I don't know what that has to do with marriage. Or they'll say, oh, well, it's, I don't want to lose this person, which is very strange to think that if you love this person so much that you would choose them out of 8 billion other options and you want to be with them and only them for the rest of your life. But if you don't sign up for this thing with the government, they're going to leave. Like,
Yeah,
wow,
that's fucked up.
that bond is that tenuous, huh? Like, I think the main reason people marry is, I think it's the triumph of faith over reason. I think that people want to believe that it's going to give them control over something that we don't really have control over. It's going to sound Buddhist of me to say, but I think it's very normal and human to want to control things. The analogy I give to people is when someone tells you that someone they know has lung cancer, you often will find yourself saying, oh, were they a smoker? Oh, did they work with asbestos? And it's not that you're being unsympathetic. It's you're thinking, oh my God, why is that happening and how can I have that not happen to me or anyone I love? Like, you want to have control over it. Because the truth is, like, sometimes the way people get cancer is God just goes eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And you're the person who was unlucky enough to get this. Or you're the person who was standing on the corner when the car jumped the curb. Like, and the world's far too terrifying if you acknowledge that, how utterly unpredictable everything is, So I think that marriage is a way it's so human. Like, I love this person. Like, I love them. I love who I am when I'm with them. I love how they make me feel about them and how they make me feel about me and how they make me feel about the world. Like, I look at them and I feel like the best version of myself. Like, these are amazing emotions to feel. Those are the most important things you could feel in your whole life. Like, all the things we do as men, all the we go out and work in the world and we want to get fast cars and we want to get big. Why? Because we want to attract love. We want to attract a woman. We want to attract multiple women, whatever. But it's that we want connection. Like, all these guys that are like, oh, women are, whatever. Okay, but you spend a lot of time talking about women. Like, a lot of time talking about women. The opposite of love isn't hate. The opposite of love is indifference. So if a guy genuinely doesn't care what women think, he's not going to have a lot of women around him. He's not going to really care that much about women. But there's something we know that's very compelling about the connection we feel with a woman, right? A good woman, a woman who has value in our eyes, even if it's transient value or long-term value. So I think what marriage is a very human and incredibly flawed way to try to hold on to something that you can't hold on to. It's like Botox, like, I'm going to try to stay young. You won't. I promise. You're definitely going to get old. You're definitely going to get old. You're definitely going to die. Those are for sure going to happen. So, you can try to resist that as much as you want to. You can make that the thing you're afraid of. It's kind of a dumb thing to make the thing you're afraid of. Like, if you want to be afraid of something, be afraid of spiders. You could probably go, you can minimize how many of those you have to interact with. But death, every single person you know is going to die. And illness, every single person you know is going to get ill, and you're going to definitely get ill. Aging, you're definitely going to get old. You're definitely going to get wrinkled. If you have physical strength, you will definitely lose it someday. Like, this is just the nature of the organism of human beings. I think marriages are very human attempt to create, walls around the beautiful connection we feel with another person and protect it from the world. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. But that doesn't stop us from trying. And there's something really beautiful about the fact that we keep trying.
That's really fascinating. I would guess this would be a whole other conversation, so we can't talk about it too much, but I would guess that's a similar framework you have for viewing religion.
Sure, it's about control. The most intelligent thing I ever heard anyone say about God is they said that God is the name that we give to a blanket that we put over a mystery to give it shape. Like it's just a word we use for a thing we couldn't possibly understand. Like if there is an omnipotent creation force that created everything, how could we possibly understand it? Like, so we just like give it a name. You know, some people call it God, some people call it Yahweh, some people call it, you know, Krishna. So, like you give it name, but these are just names for something that's unnameable. You know, like it's not a coincidence that the opening line of the Tao Te Ching is the Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao. And the opening line of the Christian Bible is, in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was of God, and the Word was God. Like basically what both of those texts written in completely different parts of the world at completely thousands of years apart, they're both just saying, yeah, like we're about to try to describe something that you can't really describe and that doesn't really make any sense. Like before the Word was God and the Word was of God. So what you're saying is that God created the Word and the Word created God. Like you're creating a chicken versus egg paradigm. So it's the same thing. I think love is the same thing. Like love and marriage is that people talk about marriage as if they're talking about love. You know, oh, my marriage has given me so much. My marriage has given, no, your love with this person has given you so much. Marriage is an institution you put on top of that love. You're telling me that if you hadn't gotten the government involved, you wouldn't have that connection to that person? You wouldn't have loved each other the way that you did? You wouldn't have connected to each other the way that you did? That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
I'd like to hear more about your practice and what you do daily. And James, what's the scrappiest legal defense you've used to protect a client, or a small detail that saved you in a case?
The scrappiest defense. I'm kind of known as a scrappy guy. Like I'm not afraid to make a fool of myself in a courtroom. Like I enjoy my style in a courtroom's a little snarky and performative. And there's judges I know I can really go on with it, like that they find it amusing. And then there's judges that will not tolerate it, so I have to reel it in pretty heavy with them. But you know, my clients who hire me, like you don't buy the steak, you buy the sizzle. You know, like you're hiring me because I'm a performer. And sometimes the performance is a subdued performance, and sometimes, you know, I get to go over the top. So the scrappy stuff is the stuff where you really get to go over the top. I mean, I've had, you know, I was in court 2 weeks ago Monday, on a trial where I was cross-examining a woman, and she was just trying to be evasive on cross-examination, which people do all the time. Like people try to be cute on cross-examination, and I love it because you kind of have to earn the right to beat up a witness on the witness stand. Like if you go in hard from minute one, you come off like a bully. So you have to go in like you're being genuinely thoughtful and asking questions that you really want to know the answer to. When in fact my job is to dismantle you and make you look awful. And so I have to go in very gentle, and I hope that what you're going to do is try to be cute and try to be smart and try to like be smarter than me, because it's not a fair system. Like A, I do this for a living, and B, I'm cross-examining you. I get to ask you questions. You don't get to ask me questions. It's not a fair game in that sense. So the best witnesses have some humility to them. And if they don't know, they say, I don't know, you know. And if they know, they answer honestly. And like, it's better. But I was cross-examining a woman, and she had said in her early testimony that she was unemployed. She wanted to relocate. She has been in New York for many years. She has a 12-year-old son with my client, and she wanted to move to California because she got a new job offer. And it was obvious that she had not really tried to find a job in New York, that she just wanted to move to California because California's nice. You know, you live there. Like, California's great weather. You got the traffic, but you got the weather. And this guy would have effectively lost, you know, a massive amount of time with his son, who he's been very, you know, they divorced when the kid was like 1. So he's been a 50% dad, you know, for, you know, 11 years. And on direct examination, she had said, oh, I've been unemployed for 18 months. And I knew that wasn't true. Like, she'd had a website where she put herself out as a coach and all these other things. And she'd taken down the website before the litigation, but I used the Wayback Machine to like find her old website and pull it up. And on cross, I said, now you testified earlier that you have been unemployed for 18 months. I wrote it down. That's what you said, right? She said, yes. I said, so for 18 months, you've been without employment? I said, yes, without employment. I said, and this job that you took, you didn't want to move to California. You took it because it was the only opportunity you could get. Is that right? She's like, yeah, absolutely. I said, after being unemployed for 18 months? I said, yeah. I could see in her brain, she's going like, oh my God, this is great. Like I'm looking good right now, you know? Which, by the way, never, if I'm cross-examining you, never think he's doing well. You're not. Like I'm walking you into a bear trap, I promise. And I said, now, ma'am, isn't it true that you had a coaching practice up until at least a couple of months ago? Well, yeah. And you didn't have any clients at all? I said, because you had a website, isn't that right? Yeah. And you had client testimonials on that website. Did you make all those up? Now, she's screwed. If she says, yes, I made them all up, all right, you're a liar. If you say, oh no, I did have a bunch of coaching clients, okay, you're a liar. Because you said earlier you were unemployed. So what did she do? Instead of being humble, she tried to play a game. So she said, well, I mean, I've had income, but I haven't been employed. I said, I'm sorry, ma'am. So you're saying you've received money for services you provided? Yes. But you were unemployed? Yes. Ma'am, when I say unemployed, I mean you were without employment. Do you understand that? Oh, yes, that's not how I was defining it. I meant I didn't have like a 9-to-5 job. I was like, right, but you had consulting clients, right? Yes. And you had consulting clients on a regular basis, yes. And you were in fact making $10,000 a week or so doing that work, isn't that right? Is somewhere around there. And yet you just testified under oath that you're unemployed. Well, I guess we're just defining it differently. And that's when the performer streak comes out. I said, well, let's narrow it down. If I'm well, it means I'm healthy. And if I'm unwell, it means I'm no longer healthy. Is that fair? She was like, yes. I said, right now I'm seated and now I'm unseated. Is that fair? She's like, yeah. I'm like, so when you say you're employed, you mean you have income, and when you're unemployed, you don't, right? So earlier when you said you were unemployed for 18 months, that was false. Isn't that a fact? Now, that's the kind of like performative thing you get to do in a courtroom. It's methodical, it's a slow burn, but it's how people come apart on the witness stand. Because after that, she just kind of gave up because she realized, okay, I've just killed my credibility. And now she's pretty beaten up. One of my favorite moments in the history of my practice is I had a particularly vigorous cross-examination of a person. And at one point, she just looked over at the judge and she went, yeah, I can't do this anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. And the judge said, well, ma'am, you will. Mr. Sexton's going to finish his cross-examination. If you're saying you need a break, I'll let you have a 5-minute break. And then you're going to come back and answer the rest of his questions. So she let her off the stand, and she's walking out, and her lawyer was in front of her, and I'm right behind her, but she didn't realize that I was behind her. And she just looks at her lawyer, and she goes, you got to get this guy off of me. And I thought, I could retire right now. That was just such a great moment, There's something about, I've done crazy things in court. I laid down on the floor of a courtroom once in the middle of testimony to illustrate a point.
What was the point?
So a key piece of evidence in the case was where my client was sitting in relation to another person. And the judge didn't like my client. And so I had a witness on the stand who had witnessed what had happened. And I said, okay. I said, Your Honor, can I approach the witness? I said, yeah. I said, I approached the witness stand. And I said to this young woman, I said, I'm going to move backwards. And when I get to the distance that my client was from you, I want you to tell me to stop, okay? Because I was trying to establish that she's about 3 feet away from my client. And the other side was trying to say that they were much further apart, like 9 feet away. It would be catastrophic for my case if they were 9 feet away. But 3 feet away, my case is golden. So I approach the stand. I start moving back. I get about 3 feet away. And she goes, stop. And I go, okay. So just to be clear, where I'm standing right now is how far from you my client was on the day of the incident. She says, yes. So I said, Your Honor, if the record could reflect, I'm about, my distance from the witness. Judge says, yeah, the record will reflect you're about 7.5 feet away. I said, I'm sorry, Your Honor, respectfully, I am nowhere near 7 feet away. I'm about 3 feet away. He says, well, Mr. Sexton, do you have a tape measure? Because if you don't have a tape measure, then the record's going to reflect what I'm saying. So I immediately laid down on the floor, stuck my feet against the witness stand. I said, Your Honor, I'd like the record to reflect I am laying on the floor, my feet are against the witness stand, and the distance where I was standing is to my knees. I am 6'2". It is about 3 feet. The judge went, Mr. Sexton, get off the floor right now. But I got it in the record. And when we took a break, maybe about 10, 15 minutes later in the testimony, opposing counsel, who's a lawyer I've dealt with before, we walked out of the courtroom together and she just looked at me and she went, I've been doing this a long time and I have never seen anyone lay down on the floor of a courtroom. That is a first and probably be the last time I've ever seen it. It's the last time I ever had to do it, but it really was like, look, by any means necessary. There was nothing in my brain that, it just immediately went, oh yeah, that's what I have to do. I have to establish that this is 3 feet. How am I gonna do it? I don't have a tape measure. So, okay, I'm 6'2". I'm gonna put my feet against the bed. You gotta do what you got. And that's all that trial law is you just have to think fast on your feet. And you get to do really cool stuff like that. I love my job. I love it. I tell that story and I'm reminded of how much I love this gig.
Yeah. That's really fascinating. I'd love to talk more about what you think makes you so good, but I am curious, where do you think your edge is? Or what makes the best divorce lawyers or lawyers in general? Do you think it's performance?
No, I think it's the way we think. I think we think tactically. I think it's like chess players. You often don't. I often don't know why I do the things that I do in a courtroom until I look back on it. They've done a lot of research on fastballs, on pitchers and fastballs. And by the time a pitcher can throw a real fastball, by the time there is any outward sign that they're about to throw the ball, it is too late to start your swing. And yet, people hit fastballs. So there is something that a good pitcher and a good batter both possess, which is some sense of something energetically that happens in the air when one of them starts. It's a micro movement or something. They immediately know, okay, this is, and it's not something they're necessarily conscious of. It's just a feeling. They just know when it's time to swing and when it's time to throw. I think it's the same thing. I was born to do this job. And in my career, I've met a lot of really good lawyers. They're disciplined, they're thoughtful, they're methodical, they're tactical, they're intelligent, they study the law. There's a work ethic involved. This isn't a job that you do part-time. It's an intense work ethic. In addition to doing your actual work, you also have to constantly stay abreast of developments in the law and case law and the appeals courts. So it's partly academic and partly art. But there's also I've probably only met maybe 5 or 6 trial lawyers that I go, yeah, they have it. They have it. And it's something you can't teach. It's just something you have. It's just some ability to smell blood in the water. It's something about in a courtroom. I can watch the judge, my client, the other side's client, the other lawyer. I can figure, while everyone is reacting, I'm formulating the next question while thinking about how it all fits into the strategy overall. And it's very much like if you talk to a very high-level chess player, they could break it down, but it still wouldn't explain it. There's just something intuitive that's happening. And I think I'm extremely sensitive. I think that's what my superpower is that I'm just very, very sensitive to other people's emotional states and reactions, and I'm constantly watching everything that they're doing, but I can do that while I'm still talking.
What did you want to be when you were 12?
12, I wanted to be a lawyer because LA Law was on. It was like a really popular show. And I remember watching it and thinking,
Well, I guess now's as good a time as any to do some dishes because no one's on the stream. So, yeah, I will be doing that until someone logs on. I think I lost this battle, though. Sorry, Scooby Gang. I'm back. I lost that battle, which is not good. Let's see if I can come up with another team. This is an interesting team right here. I wonder if I can just kill it with dots, but might be tough. Let's try.
This is how you get upgraded to first class for free. This is my ticket, 29B in economy, but I wanted to experience life as the other half live, with caviar and champagne in first class, so I had an idea to get myself upgraded. The plan is to hand over a gift to the flight attendants in the hope that they return the favour and give me an upgrade. So back in the airport, I purchased a handful of Starbucks gift cards, and then while boarding the flight, I handed over the goods. You ladies like some Starbucks gift cards?
That is so nice of you.
The attendant seemed happy, but said nothing else, so I made my way to my seat in economy and waited. And after 5 minutes had passed, I thought the plan was a failure, but then, as the door to the plane closed,
Come on up here.
she told me to follow her and led me to the front of the plane.
This is the gentleman that gave us that.
Oh, thanks very much. Thanks so much. Yes, it worked. And now to enjoy my caviar. Oh, sausage and mash. This is how you get upgraded to first class.
That's hilarious. I don't know if that was actually real, though. Time to queue up some Dota? Maybe. Excuse me.
And they're bringing back YouTube Rewind. Have they still been doing that? Like, actually? No, they're not making Rewind anymore. I mean, I don't know. I stopped watching that ages ago since I stopped watching it since I didn't have to spoof it anymore. I was a part of the first two. Anyway, there was another one that I was supposed to be a part of. And I specifically remember leaving mid-shoot because they lied to me. And I never did it ever again, I think. They said I had to, what did they want to do? I think they wanted me to dance in one of the shots, and I was like, oh, no, that's all right. I don't want to do it if I have to dance. And I was like, no, it'll be easy. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it if I have to dance. And they're like, okay, well, then just come and shoot this other thing. And I was like, okay, yeah, I'm down to shoot this. And then when I got there, I think I shot my scene, and then they were like, okay, well, now it's time for the dance thing. We're going to need you to do this. And I was like, nah, I'm not doing that. Like, no, you're in this scene. I was like, no, I'm not. I'm not in this scene. This is what I talked about. And so literally, I changed and called an Uber and left. I don't know if it was actual. It was some kind of car. It must have been an Uber. Yeah, and I literally left mid-shoot. And they were like calling and stuff. I was like, nah, we already talked about this. They're saying, I don't want to put production in that position, but this is not cool. And so I literally just left the shoot. Because that's fucked up. We already talked about this. Is that not the Harlem Shake one? It might have been. I have no idea. I just remember I was in some outfit. I don't know if I was in like a space outfit or something. But I never really wanted to do it after that. Since then, I was like, that's cringe. That is super. I don't know who it was specifically, but I was just straight up lied to, and they tried to like convince me once I was there, like it's okay, like try to convince me like nah, like just do it, it'll be easy. I was like nah, I'm good. But it is a lot harder in person because like normally if it's like something simple, it's like hey, we didn't have this scene written, can you do this? Sure, I'll do it, right? I'll do it because it's not a big deal. Not hard to shoot another scene. But when I specifically said I don't want to do something, and that's why I wasn't going to show up in the first place, and then they try to convince me once I'm on set in person, that's scummy. Like, that's literal scum. To me, that's, maybe other people are okay with that stuff, I'm not. That is a snake move. Like, genuinely. Because, like, at first they're talking to, like, managers and agents, right? And then they go straight to the talent to try and, like, sneak something by. You can't do that. And since then, I believe, yeah, I stopped wanting to, like, we're not getting paid to do that, you know? And even if we were getting paid, you have a contract, you get paid for what you agreed upon, not doing extra. Most times, I don't mind doing extra if it's not a big deal. Sometimes shoots will be like, hey, this shoot will take you 2 hours, 3 hours. Sometimes it goes 5. And you're like, fuck, they said 2 hours. Liars. But it's okay, because that's shoots go long sometimes. But if you specifically negotiate and say, I'm not doing this thing, and they try to get you to do that thing, that's scummy. And I will never forget that. Although I do forget who it was that we were talking to. But that pissed me off. Because I was already doing it for free. It would have been worse if you're getting paid. Yeah. We don't like liars. Yeah, I found that so scummy. I was like, this is from YouTube? Who's in charge of this stuff? Because these are just shitty people. Yeah, so ever since then, I was not a fan of YouTube Rewind. And as you can see, there's not that I wasn't in it. It's not because they weren't asking. They were asking every year. But I was like, nah, I'm not doing this anymore. Yeah, I even thought about making a video about that, but I felt like it wasn't necessary to add. And then, consequently, the rewind started getting way more hate because of I don't remember why people started hating them, but I stopped watching them, so I don't really know. They started getting way more hate, and I don't remember why. Why did people hate that? Was it because of the trends they did, or like was it just like the people in it? I don't remember why they were hating it so much, but it was getting worse and worse, and people kept saying like it was getting worse. Turning to one big ad for bigger media outlets. Was that the gripe that people had? It didn't feel like YouTube anymore. Yeah, I'll be honest, I stopped keeping up with that even when I was making videos. Will Smith killed it. I don't even remember that. Like, I don't remember that at all. Honestly, as I got older, each new rewind I saw more people I didn't recognize anymore. Yeah. See, but even if they got more people you didn't recognize, I would assume that new fans, or the people who we didn't recognize, their fans must have loved it, but they didn't. Right? Like, it got such negative reviews, but you would assume that the people that they did get would review bomb it correctly. Like they would like it. You know what I mean? For like the new people and the new fans, you would think. Maybe people got tired of the rewind overall. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's all I was asking, because I can't really speak on it because I didn't really watch it after for a bit. I just remember seeing very negative things about it. The concept is a good concept, though. A rewind of all the trends of the year. It's kind of like a nice way to wrap up the year. Throwback, you know? I like the concept.
Just like there's no such thing as an expert leader, just like there's no such thing as an expert parent, right? All of these things are journeys, and you're always a student parent, you're always a student leader. And the best leaders, the best parents, they're constantly learning, they're constantly finding new resources, they're reading books, they're reading articles, they're watching TED Talks, whatever it is, more information, they're having conversations with their friends, right? The best leaders, the best parents. And it's the same with friends, which is you have to learn how to have a difficult conversation. You have to learn how to listen. You have to learn how to have an effective confrontation. If your friend has done something that hurt your feelings, can you bring it to their attention in a way that they will hear you rather than just defend themselves and fight with you? Like, do we know how to hold space for our friends in a time of need? You know, like I was struggling and I called up a friend and said, hey, can I just talk to you? And I told them what I was going through, and they started trying to fix me. And I, thank goodness that you can tell people in the middle, be like, don't need solutions. I need you to just listen.
Listen.
But most of us, well-intentioned, we go to fix. Men are particularly bad, right? We go to fix, when sometimes all somebody needs is for you to sit in mud with me and make me feel not alone. That's all I need. And so most of us don't have that.
That's a really good point. If you're listening to this part of Simon Sinek, which I'm a really big fan of, sometimes when friends come to me and they're in crisis mode, especially family members, I have a tendency to try to fix the situation rather than just listen. I think it's because when I care about something, or even just in my own life, what I've been conditioned to do is always fix problems. And sometimes people just, that's not what they need at the current time. They just need someone to listen. I'm generally a person of action. At least I think I am, and I feel I am. So, yeah, that can come off as being a problem.
Those skills. And when you talk about translating them into work, right? If somebody's got struggles at home, their marriage is on the fritz, their kids are acting out, I don't know, you're in a, there's a towering inferno a couple miles to the east, right? You think that doesn't come to work? So screaming and yelling at somebody, why haven't you made your numbers, is not helpful. Empathy is the thing we have to practice. I'll give you a real scenario that can happen at work, how empathy exists, right? So let's take a real life scenario. Somebody missed their numbers, right? So we walk into their office, call them up, whatever it is. Hey, I noticed you missed your numbers for the third quarter in a row. You got to pick up your numbers in the fourth quarter, otherwise I don't know what's going to happen. You got to hit your numbers. Right? That's fairly normal. Yeah. Now let's inject empathy, dare I call it friendship, into that scenario. Hey, your numbers are down for the third quarter in a row. We've talked about this before. Are you okay? What's going on? I'm worried about you. Right? That will get you a more honest answer of where they're struggling.
Then the person can
so
open
that
up
we can
back
help.
with you.
But so we can help.
They won't be defensive in that scenario.
So we can help.
So we can help them.
So
yeah.
we can help them. Right? If
Yeah.
somebody is struggling, we can help them. But if they can't tell us and we don't know how to listen and we don't know how to ask and we don't know how to confront and we don't know how to have empathy, then we're going to get no information, and that tension is going to get worse and worse and worse until somebody quits or gets fired.
So, how about the best leader that you've ever personally had?
The best leader that I've had, two people come to mind for different reasons. Dennis was my leader back young in my career, and this is when I learned about behavior over
Nice.
accomplishment.
Quad speed.
I was a young account executive,
Even
at a
though
big
low
ad
rolls.
agency, and new business pitches were done by the senior leaders. It was the end of the year, and all the senior leaders had gone away on their holiday vacations.
Wow.
And me and another junior
And it
person,
rolled 8
who
and
were assigned
8.
to work
This is
on
a
this
really
pitch,
good run.
were
This is a
told,
money
prep
run.
the war room, and so when all the senior folks come back, they can do the pitch. Prepping the war room means hang the research on the walls. That takes an hour, right?
Okay.
We had a week to kill, so we just decided to do the pitch ourselves. Like, we combed through the data, we found an insight, we wrote the deck, came up with the strategy, the whole thing. And when the senior leaders came back, we were like, we finished, we did the whole deck, and they used our pitch. They used our strategy in the pitch, and we lost the business.
Oh boy.
We did not win the pitch, and my boss gave me a huge promotion. They didn't just move me up one level, they moved me up 2 levels in one night. And what he was doing was rewarding my behavior, not my accomplishment.
Interesting.
Because I took initiative. He was rewarding my initiative, and you know what he gets when he rewards my initiative? More initiative. If he said to me, look, great work, but you didn't hit it, so sorry.
Yep.
I would never have shown any initiative after that, because why would I?
Right.
Or I would just play it safe, So one thing I learned was reward the behavior you want to be repeated. And so that was a big lesson for me. But probably the single best leader I ever had was a guy named Peter Intomaggio. Peter never answered a single question I asked him. It was so annoying. Peter, I don't know what to do. What do you think we should do? Well, I think we should do this. Then I think you should do that. Peter, something's gone horribly wrong. What do I do? I don't know. What do you think you should do? I just so annoying. In the moment, I couldn't see it. I just thought he was. Just answer my please. I'm asking you because I don't know. Isn't that obvious? But what he taught me was self-reliance. What he taught me was self-confidence, and what he taught me was accountability. Because when things went horribly wrong, he taught us that you couldn't go in and be like, it got screwed up. You said, I screwed it up. You didn't go and say, they screwed it up. You said, it got screwed up on my watch. Like, he taught us accountability, but we never got yelled at. I never got yelled at when something went sideways. Even he would sometimes get stressed, but he would say, well, how are you going to fix it?
Yep.
And I always knew that he had my back, but he always made me do it. And it was the single best leader I ever had.
And have you implemented that same way of working with your teams?
Yeah, I mean, as best I can. I mean, I'm human, but yes, I'm pretty good about being laissez-faire, and I'm okay if people screw things up as long as they take it. Where I become difficult if somebody doesn't take accountability. That it got screwed up. Really? It just happened? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The market.
Yeah.
Yeah, the market. Yeah, so I love accountability. I love when people say, it's kind of like, go back to our Marine Corps friend here. The Marines say, no greater friend, no greater enemy, right? Like, if you take accountability, I will be by your side no matter how bad it is, and I will help you fix it, and I will look after you, and I'll protect you. You lie to me or don't take accountability, I'm going to be asking you so many uncomfortable questions because I know what's going on, and so do you, and I would just keep noodling at you. It's probably not a good leadership quality, but I love accountability.
Yeah.
And by the way, I have to model it. I can't expect people to do it if I don't model it. So I'm the first person to say I screwed up. I'm the first person to say this happened on my watch. I'm the first person to say I shouldn't have given you that. That is on me. I am so sorry. I am the first person to own every mistake, every screw up. The buck stops here every time, because I cannot expect somebody to do something if I'm not willing to do it.
Okay, let's get into it. Let's cue some turbo dotes. I think before we get into ranked, see if we can level up. I gotta do placement. Oh, I used to play with these guys. They're Divine 4. That's where I used to be. I'm no longer there. Pretty far from there. Everyone's got to start somewhere though, right?
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining.
I'm gonna play Pudge for fun. Actually, I should have probably played something a little more serious to warm up, but it is what it is. I'll buy Smoke. It's very unlikely that anyone will buy Smoke in Turbo, but it heightens the advantage of potentially getting first blood, so let's do it.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
I like this that
remaining.
they put in, like, they put this in a couple patches ago, but, oh, you guys can't see this. Sorry. There we go. They put this feature in a couple of months, maybe even a couple of years ago, where they actually show the patch changes and the notes on particular heroes. So if you don't have time to go through like an hour long of patch notes, you can just see, oh, okay, cool, my favorite hero, what did they change with it, why? Yeah. be against Void Spirit and Enchantress, which is not an easy lane because she can pick up a creep and kites. But we'll see what we can do.
Prepare for battle.
Should have went Doom. Yeah. That's true. Doom would have been really good against elusive heroes like Anti-Mage, Void, obviously. Really good.
Let's get moving. First blood.
See if I can get an initial hook here. Okay. I'm very late to unblock this camp, which is pretty bad actually. See if I can find, there we go. Okay, that was really good for us. Got a double.
Coming through.
Easy camp will spawn now. Jakiro just solo killed the SF, which is pretty impressive. Okay, got the pull I wanted, the half pull. heal up a little bit. I mean, since it's turbo, I could probably buy south. Well, I have dismember, so that's good. But he has double, whatchamacallit, movement speed, calculate base damage, creepy or not. Cobalt Cup is probably the best. Movement speed by 12, provide for 12. I feel like the shield is really good too. Okay, let's go with this. Let's go with this. Give him a high five. Good job, bro. Owning this lane. Actually, it's 2-on-1. I mean, it's 2-on-2 right now, but it could be a 2-on-1. He doesn't really need help in my lane anymore, to be completely honest.
Killing spree.
Okay, it was a 3-on-1, 4 mid. Yeah.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. I knew you could do it. It looks like Dire fortified their structure.
Right to it. Here I come. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower didn't know what hit it.
Coming through.
Your middle tower is under attack. Here you go. Double kill.
I'll bring the sword to the land. Forward. Yes.
Let's talk about your top tower. middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower had to go.
And now.
Not for myself, but for the cause.
Right to it. Gladiator. Lightning. Forward.
should look at your bottom tower. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been denied.
Hey, welcome to the stream. Just stream some Dota. I was thinking about playing some ranked to try to get placement, but I probably will do... I don't know if I'll do too good. We, earlier I was watching some James Sexton He was talking about marriage, divorce mainly, a lot about that topic, which was quite interesting. His thoughts on divorce, like different percentages, and people like weaponizing their children versus other people. Yeah, like the other spouse during marriage. So, yeah. Nine roll queue games. Let's see. Did I lose one yet? Or did I win? %30 or greater. Okay, I see. Two teams of equal MRR fully ranked confidence gain or lose 25 MRR per match. If your rank confidence is lower, your MRR will move more with each game. I see. Okay. I still don't know what my roster should be in terms of heroes to play right now in the meta. I'm really not a good Hoodwink player, and I'm not a good Snapfire player. Although I'm playing a little more Snapfire, I still don't know the ins and outs of the hero. I think my go-to stuff is probably Disruptor Dazzle. I play a little bit Jakiro. I think I play a decent Lich, not the best. I actually play a pretty decent support sniper. Abaddon, Omni, Oracle. I guess I could play an A and CM. It's not that difficult. Pugna I'm not great at, but it is a very impactful hero. Shadow Shaman I have played before. Witch Doctor. Obviously, I think I play a pretty good Pudge, but it's kind of hit or miss with me. If I hit my hooks, then yeah, like last game, super dominant, and really helped my PA secure a good farm. Like you can see some of the graphs here. They get the 10-minute mark. PA probably wasn't even last hitting that well, but she was well above everyone else, like at the 10-minute mark. But even Turbo, like 5 minutes, she was leading. Yeah, you can see even compared to mid, and that was a Shadow Fiend. And mind you, we were laning against a a Void Spirit as well as a Lion. So I'm ahead of the Lion by 500 gold, which is actually quite a bit since I was a POS 5 and the Lion was playing POS 4. Yep. Okay. Let's do it. Let's play ranked. Only one way to find out. Welcome to the stream. Just playing some ranked Dota right now to try to get placement. I have no idea where I'll place. I think I've played 10 games. So hopefully it won't be in total dumpster fire elo trash tier, where I have to work my way up like 100 games just to get to something decent. But let's see, I mean, I've played with these guys before. I partied with these guys. They're Divine 4. That was where my level, I feel like, kind of peaked. My guess is, oh, this person's immortal. Ancient 1, yeah. I mean, I think I'll probably rank somewhere in Ancient level. Well, this is top 1,000. It's like pretty pro level. Good for them. Yeah. Hope to be able to get to Immortal. Immortal's the highest ranking. Yeah, if you look here, basically Immortal is the top, and then from there you get to Immortal, then you get to top 25,000, top 5,000, top 100, top 10, top 1, right? So I think anything above Immortal is already considered really good for me. And I was at the cusp of there, like Divine 4. I think Divine 5-ish is where I made it the furthest. Yeah. But yeah, I definitely have to work on some things probably to get to Immortal at that level. Yeah, and have a very close-knit hero pool. And just spam the shit out of those heroes and really work with items in the meta. Because at that point, like, at least from my experience, like, of course, everyone makes mistakes in games. No one plays a perfect game, but, like, the mistakes you make get really exploited at that point. And then it becomes really snowbally if you don't know what you're doing and what you're countering and how to counter. That's also what makes the game fun, in my opinion, because then it becomes competitive. But yeah, we'll see what happens this game. Yeah, I mean, I might be queued up on people that are way better than me, and they're doing placement, and I might get smashed. So let's hope for the best, right? Hope for the best. Okay, some initial bans here. Can I ban Axe? Yeah, Axe is banned. Okay, so I'm paired with ancient people, which is probably where I think my ranking will be. And Axe is banned, so the direct counter to Dazzle is banned. I can pick this relatively safely. Get a grenade, get one of these, and then get a smoke out. Okay, so what are we up against? Okay, so safe lane Urza, most likely mid Viper, and then I'm guessing it's going to be an Ogre 3 and Skywrath in the off lane that we're going against. And then the Toad guy, the new hero, whatever, is going to be with Urza. So it's going to be a pretty rough laning stage. They can output a ton of damage, and they have a lot of dot damage as well. Gonna have to buy extra healing, I think. The good thing is he picked Dragon Knight, which actually is a really good, I feel like a really good hero for against this comp because Dragon Knight has, as long as they didn't change Dragon Knight, but I mean he's a strength hero innately, so he has a lot of passive regen stuff, right? So even if they harass him as shit, we can outscale push them. Sure, yeah, that's true. I mean, at a certain point, Nature's Prophet can solo an entire lane himself, depending on what kind of prophet he's playing. I wish these guys would have rushed out here quicker. Yeah, it's this is one thing that I can recommend, like if you're trying to get better at Dota, like really try to set your items up for whatever you're laning against a lot faster, so that you can get going a lot faster, because
Yes.
you can get an advantage this way.
Right of passage.
Rushing out the lanes, scouting out the map a little bit better,
30 seconds.
seeing if there's a first blood opportunity, like stuff like this. Yeah, I'm probably gonna, I should play this lane a lot more conservatively, but I might feed. Yeah, I usually play Dazzle really aggressively, so yeah, it's not great sometimes.
Healing here. I go where I need it. My shadow leaps.
Okay. We didn't scout out anyone on the map. The other thing is, oh, Sky. Let me see if I can ambush him. Yes.
Confirmed.
Okay, this is actually pretty good for me because DK will have first wave,
Shadows keep you.
like pretty much kind of unencumbered. So Sky has nothing.
Attack.
Okay, I gotta buy another Tango just in case. I gotta block the camp. I'll body block this camp.
Of course.
Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with this.
Healing.
Yeah, he blocked.
Who needs healing?
Okay, my courier's coming.
Shadows keep you. Confirmed.
Targeting is not so good for me. I'm gonna get first blood here. Yeah, that's my bad. Yeah, I fucked that up. I was only level 1. I was overestimating the amount of damage that I can do and underestimating even skill stun. I need to pull the wave desperately. I won't make it, I think. Yeah, maybe I will actually.
For the shadows.
Reset the wave. Okay, not the best pull. Let me just eliminate this range creep so most of the DPS is gone. I'll get to level 2 here, which is good. Then I'll have heal.
For the order.
And try to deny as many creeps as possible to get lane advantage.
Rite of passage. Ask and you'll receive.
Okay, cool.
Travel on. From shadow to shadow. The spiritual journey.
Hold this wave. If I had boots, I think I could have killed him there. He was at a bad angle. He got caught out. But I did not have boots, so... Okay, let's cue this up. I don't know the lotus timing, so this is an unfortunate thing. This is actually super important. I think it's 3 every 3-minute intervals, so 3, 6, 9, etc. It's actually really crucial. Too bad.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
One big mistake I made is I didn't let the courier come to me first, and then I saw I TP'd, it ran to me and bot, and then I TP'd top. He's dead. Oh, good thing I had wand charges. I just got... Okay. Let's see here.
Into my shadow. Terrible of you. Ask and you'll receive.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Pretty behind in levels. I didn't exactly play the laning phase great, but I guess not bad. All things considered. Considering I'm still pretty rusty. Fuck. Missed that creep. I should stack. Really not accomplishing anything here.
Your middle tower is
No, can't kill him. He's way too strong.
Shadows come. Dazzle them. The spiritual journey.
Nah, he's fucking gone.
Yes.
Stack again. Make use of my time. I'm actually really being inefficient right now. But stack for profits and for timber in a way. Oh shit. No, I think he's okay. Anytime you hear sound effects like that, you should probably try to pay attention.
Who needs healing?
We can't kill him.
Ask and you'll receive.
killing spree.
Okay, try to save mid tower here. Get as much CS as possible. They dove profit. Fortunately got split up or else I could have graved him. Yeah, he's TPing, that's one benefit of profit.
Dominating.
Viper's coming up there to kill you guys.
Rite of passage.
Prophet's dead, I think.
On my way.
Gonna get this.
Just
Before Viper gets it. Okay, I have Arcanes, which is pretty solid.
shadows come.
Gonna TP up here. I don't know if I can get there in time. Yeah.
Shadow wave. From shadow to shadow.
The enemy's top tower is
Like a ton of fighting in this game, so
Travel on.
you gotta get Holy Locket.
killing spree.
Wait for me.
Yeah, this Prophet's going way too ham right now, without very many items.
Shadows keep you.
I mean, he's trying to make things happen on the map, which is good, but there's a balance you gotta strike.
Who needs healing? Confirmed.
I really should be playing with my team, but they're kind of inefficient. Like, no one's soaking any of this stuff right here.
Of course.
I'll get this health regeneration. I'll get move speed to kite because there's an Urza, so that's gonna be scary. And I'll get some more sentries. I'll plant a deep ward for this timber, I think. Yeah, there we go. There's a oh shit, bounty rune right there. We have a Pugna to help siege, which is really good, but
From shadow to shadow. On my way.
I tried to warn him. Okay, let me stack again.
Rite of passage.
I really tried to warn him. I pinged it a couple times.
The enemy's
We even
middle
have
tower
wards
won't be
there.
making any more appearances. Fighters have fortified their structures.
Yes.
I can't save him. He's dead.
Double kill.
Healing's here.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Radiant have fortified their structures.
Shadows come.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Indeed. Ask and you will receive.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
I mean, they're not. I thought that was pretty obvious. They're not on the map. Like, all of them are not on the map. Oh. No, I can't stack that in time. That sucks. Yeah, you can see none of them are on the map. They're still waiting for someone to TP bot to gank, most likely, so they can take the tower safely.
Who needs healing?
That's a big fuck up.
Strike down.
Didn't let them get the wisdom.
It's not time yet.
I suppose you could say that's my job, or the sports job, I don't know.
On my way. Shadows keep you. Rite of passage.
Okay, almost got Holy Locket, then I'll get Glimmer after that. And then 4 Staff. I think that's the build for this game. I should get this. It's nighttime.
Killing spree.
From shadow to shadow. Illusion, we fight.
The good thing is we have tower advantage, so we have built quite a bit of space for our team. Okay, I'm gonna stack. I'm gonna stack the next stacks here. It's important you try not to feed these illusions. Oh. Man, they just keep taking the worst fucking fights. I swear to God. It's like really bad.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
At least my team farmed the stacks, so that was good. There was like 3x, 4x, so even though they're giving away deaths, and it's kind of expected just because they have a team that excels.
Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you shouldn't look.
It's actually really hard for me to get into. I almost feel like I need a blink or something like that, just to like. I guess partly my fault.
Healing here. Rite of passage. Confirmed.
Okay, really important that you try to defend mid tower as much as possible. Cast range 1. Sure, I think move speed is probably more important in this game than anything else. Timber needs to catch up, he's died way too many times. Fuck. Brutal, dude. They're gonna come mid, but I just need to deward this. See if there's any wards.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Don't let your middle tower fall. The enemy's bottom
It's 2 on 4 right now. Yeah, I don't know.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's just gonna get fucking shredded. I mean, some of it is his own fault. Like, you can't. Like, it's completely dark out there. You're not gonna fucking go out there and expect not to get shanked like this. You know? They're like sitting right here.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
No, we're not So like really simple things, guys, like not like going by yourself basically to go fight. Or deward or ward.
Wait for me. Of course.
Yeah, I gotta be real careful. They're gonna be around here. Most likely. Get the fuck out of there, man. Yeah, I mean.
Let's talk about your top tower.
This game's ending up to be a huge disaster.
On my way.
He's by himself. Yeah, fuck. Finally.
Your top tower is under attack. Let's talk about your top tower. Double kill. Triple kill.
Shadows keep pace. A spiritual journey. Healing here.
Okay. That fight really helped us. We only lost Pugna and Timber, but our two cores, our POS 1 and 2, did really well, so that's good.
Shadows come.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
I'm with you.
I feel like I should smoke.
I go where I need it. Indeed. From shadow to shadow. Yes.
Ban you, ban you, ban you, ban you.
Fuck.
We haven't seen the last of him.
I knew it.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Yeah. That's not good. That's really not good. I sat in the open for way too long.
Look at your bottom tower.
Wait for me.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Normally I wouldn't ward on the eye because it's a very easy deward, but I think I'm just gonna do it for safety reasons to keep map. Yeah. We do have late game because we have a Nature's Prophet, so if we can make it there, Prophet can almost solo all of them with enough items if he knows what he's doing. That's the good news. The bad news is our Timber has died so many times. That's super bad.
There's no more top tower. I thought this might happen. Let's talk. Radiant structures still fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Their top tower is under attack.
Well, Prophet cut the wave, which is the right move. Do we have Dragon Form? No, we don't have Dragon Form.
Ask and you'll receive.
The middle tower is under attack.
Wait for me.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Holy shit.
Monster kill! Double kill! Triple kill!
On my way. So small.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Notice. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Middle tower is down. You just let them.
Oh, he's got Abyssal. 28 minutes. I think it's probably over.
Middle barracks have fallen.
They're gonna get 2 sets. He used Elder Dragon Form already. Like, it's very difficult for us to defend this.
Radiant has
Yeah, his Aegis is about to end. Well, we have
Your
Glyph.
bottom tower is under attack.
So maybe they won't get 2 sets, but it's not looking good for sure.
Your bottom barracks have fallen. Your bottom barracks have fallen.
Shadows.
No!
29 minutes, 2 sets.
Healing here. Nature calls. Into my shadow.
Yeah, kill Largo. At least.
From shadow to shadow. Who needs healing? Ask and you'll receive. Shadows come. Of course.
That was a pretty quick loss.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
I think DK was the right pick in lane, but we relied too much on him to output damage. Timber kept feeding. He thought he could go like 1-4, 1-5. He just didn't have enough items to be able to do that, even though he had a good laning phase. Like, once Urza got some items up, yeah. And we didn't play well as a team. Like, we didn't coordinate shit at all. Yeah, that's the reality. You win and lose games like that pretty easily. That's too bad. Let's try again. That's part of gaming. I didn't play the laning phase the best, to be honest. I think I absorbed a lot of the damage from Ogre and Sky so that DK could, like, let's see, like 10-minute graphs, like player net worth. Okay. So DK lost the lane slightly, which I guess is partly my fault. But I won the battle versus Sky a little bit. I definitely could have played that lane better though, harassing the Ogre from the trees so that I could phase out the Sky and make the Sky run to me. So that was my bad, for sure. I think I could have been better warding to give my team more vision. But you can see the Timber had a lead here. He was 4,455. He thought he was really invincible. And so he started to go 1-on-5, which he probably shouldn't have done until he got some items up. And that, I think that was his mistake. Yeah, like, what was his ending items? Let's see. Like, Atos doesn't really, I guess it's for kiting, I suppose, but it's not it doesn't help you with escape. So like Yules for silence, Yules for Viper, even Yules for Urza if you're getting Fury swipe stacks on you. That probably would have been more helpful. He did get a Kaya Sang, so that boosts his damage and lowers the resistance, or sorry, ups his resistance. So I guess those are good. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like yeah, like Prophet's 1-9. Like he's just he was pushing lanes and stuff like that, which is good, but he died way too many times. He was trying to be super aggressive with the TPs and killing people, which I guess works out, but if you don't kill people or you die yourself, then you're behind. So the only damage that we really had, because this guy died so much and this guy died so much, was our DK, which he should have been farming. He shouldn't have been fighting so much. At least maybe one more item, and then we start to push lanes with him so that we have an advantage, especially when he's in dragon form. But I felt like we had to use dragon form defensively all the time. And then, like, what was the graphs for mid? Viper was 4281 and Prophet was 2069. So he got smashed in mid, which I get it. It's against a Viper and he's a Prophet. He's probably not going to win those lanes. But then why pick a Prophet? Which begs the question, why pick Prophet? If you're going to lose mid by 2.5 times. Yeah, that really snowballed us. And we should have played more conservatively if we knew that that was coming, because then they would have just roamed around as 4, which is exactly what they did while Urza fought. And, you know, that's why they picked off Timber a bunch of times. I think they picked off DK once or twice. They definitely picked off Prophet because he died 9 times. Even Pugna was down bot trying to defend the tower. Overall, there was just a ton of mistakes, myself included. Yeah. Some of the spellcasting stuff was really sloppy by me. I think I probably could have saved a couple of my allies a lot earlier, or at least bought a couple seconds where we could have got a return kill, which would have been big in terms of, whatchamacallit, catch-up gold. Yeah, and catch-up experience. So, yeah. things I did reasonably well, I feel. I think I kept creep equilibrium at our base, or in front of our base, like pretty well to make it safer for DK to farm. He did have a level up on the Ogre during laning, so he was 3 and Ogre was 2, which he probably should have pressed his advantage since he was 1 level up. He could have just ran at the Ogre and started right-clicking him. The Ogre couldn't out-trade him. Yeah, so there was definitely some things there. That Ogre, it was MVP last game.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. It's your turn to pick.
Hey, mortgage mate. Yeah, I mean, pretty good, I guess. I talked to... there's a couple of people that have popped in. Obviously, I wish viewership was a lot higher, but I think that'll take time to be able to build. But I am committed to this, at least Monday to Thursday for the rest of the month, so that's what I'm going to be doing. Yeah. I'm just playing some Dota ranked, like competitive Dota, so... yeah, I'm trying to get a rank here, calibrated. And I just lost last game, and they picked an anti-pick versus me. Of course they did. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good for me. Yeah, this will be... and Profit too. This will be a little bit of a rough game for me, for sure. Yeah, this is pure damage. Okay. Here's what it is. Yeah, man, I mean, like, I love that people have the ability to just pop in and chat for a bit, whatever. If they have 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, they can just leave shit on. I try to engage even if there's no one in the concurrent viewers, just, like, talking. So maybe I can clip it later for something. Yeah. You gotta start from somewhere, right? Like, yeah, that's... But, yeah, when I have, like, 10 or 20 viewers, I think it'll be fun just to, like, chat with people and engage with them.
Hi. Wait for me. Travel on.
It's gonna be a rough game for me.
Rite of passage. I go where I need it.
Crisis game.
I'm with you.
It's like a crazy hard kill. Let's talk
Yes.
They have slows.
I go where I need it.
30 seconds to battle.
The path of this conflict on my way long ago.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like maybe my knowledge goes over people's heads. Or maybe I'm not aligned with people. I do what I can, man, when I can. Thank you for saying that, though. That's very kind.
Not yet.
Okay, axe mid. Interesting.
You've gotten armed and ready.
Confirmed. The spiritual journey.
What was that?
First blood.
Shadows come. The badge of the old magic. Canonized. Shadows keep you.
I'm sure you can't handle
I feel like you be successful at pretty much anything you. Oh man, I think I'd be successful in anything I try because I've failed before. You know, like there's things that I've definitely done that you know have not been successful, shall we say?
Yes. The spiritual journey. Who needs healing? Come, comrades. On my way. Ask and you'll receive. Right.
But thanks for saying that. That's really nice for you to say.
Indeed. I go where I need it. No matter. We fight.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was saying, like, I think part of the reason I know how to succeed at things is because I've failed at things. Not necessarily because I'm a fucking genius or anything like that. Yeah, and I guess that's just a part of life. You have to fail in order to succeed.
Shadows keep you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Confirmed. I go where I need it.
I'm playing pretty poorly, I'm not gonna lie.
Wait for me. I'm with you. On my way. Who needs healing? From shadow to shadow.
But my drow's getting free farm, so that's good.
Axe is going in. Maybe he's pushing a flank or some shit.
Shadows come.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Trick you. Healing here.
Double kill. Don't let your middle tower fall. Your middle tower is under attack.
Ask and you'll
It
receive.
looks like Dire fortified their structures.
On my way. From shadow to shadow. Shadows keep you out of fail. This was your break. I'm with you. Yes. Indeed. Rite of passage. Wait for me.
Killing spree.
Healing here. Shadow. I go where I need it. Void infusion. Who needs healing?
Killing spree.
Dude, these guys, it's just fucking 3 people bought the whole time. I don't know what I did to piss you off.
Journey.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
If you guys remember, this was 1 and...
Double kill. Under attack. I don't think you want that to happen. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Don't let your middle tower
Yeah,
fall.
in fact, I'm just gonna go jungle and...
Ask and you'll receive.
Can we just
The
kill them?
shadows cast.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You guys can do your thing. I'll do that.
Yeah, someone has to hold that link.
Not a trial versus 2 if the guy's rapist. 3.
Shadows keep you. Of course. Indeed.
You really should look at your bottom tower.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Journey. Zap. On my way.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Wait for me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Shiny. Healing.
The enemy's bottom tower is down. Their top tower is under attack.
Shadows come. Confirmed. The spiritual journey. Indeed. Ask and you'll receive. Power of a priest. On my way. From shadow to shadow. Shadows keep you.
Wild. He's got me like radiant.
Babylon. Healing here. Rite of passage. I'm with you.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant
Shadows
structures are
keep you.
fortified. Killing spree.
Right. Of course. Wait for me. Ask and you'll receive. I'm with you.
Fuck the other person up there.
Who needs healing?
You just tried to gank me.
Right of
Dominating.
to kill everyone.
You really should look at your bottom tower. Your bottom tower has fallen. Dominating.
Your trail of
Shit, you want Orchid?
nothing to me, Pax.
I'll go Witchblade then.
Indeed. Yes. The spiritual journey.
Damn, bros. That sucks.
I go where I need it.
You really should look at your bottom tower. Stop them.
Yo, Draw, can you TP mid and kill her?
I'm with you.
Your bottom tower is under attack. There's
No, I
really no
understand your lane
reason
rules.
to
You can be active now. Lane phase is over.
Confirmed.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Shadows come. for me. I go where I need it. I deserve this. Who needs healing? Ask and you'll receive.
Double kill. Killing spree. Bottom tower is under attack. Why is this happening?
Hey, welcome to the stream.
On my way.
Just playing some ranked Dota. I lost the first game, but we'll see what happens with this game. It's still tied. But hopefully there's a chance. I think I need cast range. Yeah.
Travel on. Shadows come. Ask and you'll receive. From shadow to shadow. Wave. The spiritual journey.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Happy to kill an ogre.
For the wait for me. Of course. I go where I need it. Dark light. Yes. Not yet.
Welcome to the stream.
On my way.
I'll plant a ward.
Who needs healing?
I don't even know where the warding spots are anymore since this map has changed so much. Oh, they have vision there. Just got splattered. Nature's Prophet ulti. Oh fuck. Whoa, that was close.
Killing spree.
Sorry, the stream probably reconnected, I hope.
The spiritual Ask and you'll receive. Who needs healing? Healing here. Wait for me. From shadow to shadow. This will hasten my footfalls. I'm with you. Confirmed. I go where I need it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Shadows come.
Don't let your middle tower
Rite of
fall.
passage. Shadows keep me.
Lincoln, DK, I got you.
Let's talk about it. Mega kills.
I misplayed that. Drow got caught out. She didn't circle around with us, which I guess, I don't know, maybe she should have. She was just farming. I get it. Pretty rough game for me, honestly. Feel like I need a Glimmer or Ghost Scepter. Not sure. Maybe even a Solar to like bulk up a little bit. Yeah. Okay.
Double kill. Double kill.
Yeah, the Prophet's really destroying me right now. He's just TPing into the back wherever I'm doing my ulti and killing me, which I should have watched out for better. I need to plant my ulti a little bit better so that, like in the trees basically, so that he can't find me, or it has a harder time finding me, but I'm still not used to that, how that works. But in the meantime, we're not depending on Drow to join the fight for us to get kills, which is good. That's what happened last time with the DK, and that was like fail for us because he didn't scale. He didn't scale well. So the Void is actually doing a really good job of
Double kill.
Okay, I saved the void. I mean, that's worth it for us. We got the prophet. They're probably gonna kill him? Yeah.
Promise of who needs healing. Shadows come. I cast along, of course. The spiritual journey. Not yet.
Don't let your middle tower fall.
Stave them off.
I don't think you want that to happen.
You're safe. Away. Who needs healing?
Monster kill! Monster kill!
Your magic is increasingly powerful.
Yeah, they're going after me every single fight. Like, you can see Prophet is TPing in. And then the T-Rex basically just BKB ran over me. So I have to survive as long as I can, which kind of makes my hero a little bit irrelevant. But that's my job, just soak as much damage as I can. Hopefully when I get this solar, I'll be able to block at least some of the damage.
On my way. Indeed.
I don't think I should have TP'd there. The shield rune right here. Yeah, courier management. I think I'm playing turbo all the time, which is not correct. It's actually really bad.
Not time yet.
Causing myself to do silly things.
Confirmed.
I'll literally feed for
Ask and you'll
You
receive.
really should look at your
Drow's gonna
bottom
get jumped.
tower.
Rite of passage.
There's an ogre if you guys want to come top.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Right here.
Of course.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire snow fortified district. Eliminate. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower just fell. Maybe you should move. Radiant structures have been snow fortified. The enemies in your tower didn't know what the enemies.
Pretty sure we could just high ground this. Ogre has glimmer, by the way.
Fortified their structures.
On my way.
You really should look at your bottom tower. Eliminate. Your bottom tower is under attack.
that was everything they had. Axe is still up.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Double kill. Own it.
Okay, that's game.
There go the enemy's top barracks. The enemy's top barracks have fallen.
Well, not quite.
Dire structures are fortified.
Mid-axe did not do it. He rushed the blink.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks no more. Ice cold. The enemy's middle barracks have fallen.
Technically, they can still come back from this, but if we play smart, we get our Roche, like, it's really, really hard for them now. I've noticed that with, like, the new version of this game. I think it's, like, pretty snowball-y. So once you secure 1 or 2 sets, like, it's, you put the clamps on and at least this is the experience that I've had with the games I've played. Whether that's consistent with the actual play, I'm not sure.
Healing here. Travel on. Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower is
Geno's dead.
You did the right thing.
We're not together.
Shadows come.
They're in their jungle. They were here, they just killed Vino. We can kill them if you guys go.
Wait for me. Further line protection.
Oh fuck. Axe is right behind me.
A spiritual power.
Killing spree. Dominating. Let's make a kill. Double kill.
I'm not dazzled. I'm with you. Rite of passage. Away. Applause.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Who needs healing?
The enemy's bottom tower is down. Own it. The enemy's middle tower is unstoppable. Feels good, right? The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks have fallen. Now help me. Own it. Radiant victory.
Okay, GG. Okay, we won that game. That's great. It was honestly a pretty tough game for me. I'm rusty, and also I just misplayed a lot of stuff. Drow's right to complain. I left her at bot to get run over a couple times. Some of it was with good intentions. I was stacking ancients and stuff like that and trying to rotate top. But they probably didn't need me to get those kills. And my number one priority should always be to secure safe lane farm for my carry until she's at least level 6 so that she's independent enough to go to the jungle. So we could have definitely been punished for that. Good thing that we weren't, and she knew how to go to the jungle to recover, which she did pretty well. There was a couple times where she got ganked out and that she was probably farming a little bit too close to lane or like too far out into fog, but it's also my job to put up sentries there too, so yeah. Anyways, thanks so much for tuning in, guys. I really appreciate it. That probably ends the stream for tonight. I'm gonna continue to play some Dota here, and then yeah, we will revisit this tomorrow. Hopefully more people will join, and I'm so grateful for anyone that did come to the room, and hopefully they got something out of this. Thanks so much.